Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order on this Monday, June 7th, 2021. We'll start our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, good evening and welcome to our council members, obviously, to all the staff and the members of the public watching this evening. Thanks for joining us. Ms. Christensen, could you please call the roll call of the council?
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'm here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Bussey.
Present. All 7 members of the Bloomington City Council are in attendance this evening. Move on to item 3, which is the approval of our agenda. We have a number of different items on the agenda tonight, including under item number 7, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We do have public hearings on items 7.2, 3, and 4, and public comment available for item 7.6. If you're tuning in for item 7.5, which is an ordinance on the stormwater pond aeration permit code amendments, that was continued from May 10th, and we are going to offer a motion to table that again. I know that staff would like to continue the discussion with neighbors on that one before we bring it forward as an ordinance. So if you're tuning in to see that, just wanted to give you the heads up that will be happening on item 7.5. We will be moving to table it. Council, any additions or subtractions to tonight's agenda? Seeing none, I would move approval of tonight's agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve tonight's agenda. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0, and we have an agenda for this evening. Item 4 on our agenda is the public comment period, which is reserved for comment on matters not on tonight's agenda, and or those items listed under the consent business. Public comment is 20 minutes, and each caller is limited to 5 minutes to make sure everything is fair for everyone. Our first part of our public comment period is item 4.1, which is the city manager's response to prior meetings' public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good evening. At the previous meeting on May 24th, we had a couple of commenters, only one that asked a specific question for follow-up. That came from Mr. Andrew Thule, who asked where the city is at with budget funding and support for police. I'd remind the City Council and Mr. Thule that last year during the Community Advisory Budget Committee process, the options that were presented to the City Council from the committee included recommendations that public safety not be among the reductions in the budget that were considered. And the City Council, when approving the final budget for 2021, agreed with the recommendation from the Advisory Budget Committee. And the police budget was actually about $900,000 more in 2021 than it was in the year 2020. It was one of the few departments that didn't see significant reductions as a result of the pandemic. And we are just starting our budget season for 2022, so it's not possible for me to answer the question today about where the budget or the funding sits for police, other than that we have an adopted 2021 budget, and the police have been fully funded in that budget. Another response that I wanted to provide, not to any comment that was received specifically at the last meeting, but several comments over the last couple months and some emails that the City Council has received about or questions about when the council will be coming back into the chambers and when the public will be allowed back into the chambers. We will be going back to in-person meetings next Monday, June 14th at 6 p.m. So the members of the public will be able to sit in the City Council chambers, and council members will be here as well. We are still operating under the emergency declaration of the state of Minnesota by Governor Walzer. We also have the declaration in place locally We've discussed whether or not it's appropriate to terminate our emergency declaration, as we have largely timed it to coincide with the state emergency declaration. As long as the emergency declaration is in place from Governor Walz, there are certain provisions regarding elected officials and their participation in meetings that will continue, and that is that elected officials are allowed to continue to participate virtually. In the event that a council member or the mayor is concerned about their own health or have specific health issues or have other reasons to be concerned about returning in person, they may participate virtually when we do reconvene our in-person meetings. The elected officials are not under an obligation to disclose why. There are privacy rules that apply to council members just as they apply to anybody else when it comes to health information. And as long as the emergency declaration is in place, we expect that we will be operating in that hybrid model. If at some point in time the emergency declaration is terminated by the governor, there is a transition period. And there was a law that was passed this year regarding open meetings that changed it a little bit from what it had been before, so that a member may participate virtually 3 times so long as they have a doctor's note. If there's a health-related reason for someone to operate or to participate virtually, they must provide a doctor's note to do that. And then after those 3 occurrences, the previous provisions within state statute then apply, where a council member or elected official may participate virtually, and the city has to publicize the location of that council member during the meeting and allow the public access to that place. So, for example, if a council member were traveling for business and was in Los Angeles, we would have to publicize that the council member was participating in the meeting from the lobby of X hotel in Los Angeles. And if somebody happened to be in Los Angeles and wanted to sit next to the council member during that meeting, they could certainly do that. But the council member would have to be in a public place. So it's a little bit complicated. Once we get past the emergency declaration, we will continue to advise the council of what the obligations are and what your what allowances you are provided as well for participating in the meeting. But the quick summary, we'll be back in person next Monday. We will be operating in a hybrid mode where elected officials who may be concerned about being in person will still have the option of participating virtually. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Council, any questions of Mr. Verbrugge on that? I do not see any hands going up. So we can then move on to item 4.2 on our agenda, which is the public comment period itself. As I said, it's a 20-minute period that we have at the beginning of each council meeting for items not on tonight's agenda. As I said, it's a 5-minute limit per caller to keep things fair for everyone who does call in and offer some information. To be clear, it's not an opportunity for back and forth or conversation or problem solving. It's an opportunity for the council to listen to concerns by members of the public. So what we will do is take input from the public and then respond, as Mr. Verbrugge just did, at a subsequent council meeting to any questions that are raised. So we will kick off tonight's public comment period. Ms. Wilson, I know we had at least 3 people, I think, who were signed up ahead of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Nora, do we have a
loud and clear.
Nora, do we have a caller on the line by the name of Amber Mathwig?
Yes, ma'am. We have.
Would you please patch her through?
Amber. Ladies and gentlemen, please press *1 on your telephone keypad to speak for the public comment. Amber Mathwig, your line is open.
Good evening, Ms. Mathwig. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and hello. Good evening, Mayor Bussey and Council. My name is Amber Mathwig, and I am a resident of Bloomington. I've learned there's been some concern recently that I am an outside agitator and wanted to address these concerns prior to my comment for tonight in case any council members have similar concerns. I was born and raised in Minnesota. I can recall what I was doing during the Halloween blizzard of 1991 with great detail. I joined the military when I was 20, and given that the Navy is not really made for landlocked jobs, I moved to Japan, California, and then Virginia during my 10-year enlistment. I do not believe my military service negates me of my Minnesotaness. When I departed the military, I used my benefits to pursue a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, and then spent another 5 years working in higher education to aid other veterans in transitioning to college. While I lived in North Carolina for the majority of that time, I can guarantee you that I was still a damned Yankee. I returned home to Minnesota in March 2020 at the request of aging and disabled family members who needed me to be more immediate in supporting and assisting them, and I intend to stay here for a very long time. My immediate family in this state numbers close to 150, and my extended family, going back just to my grandparents' generation, numbers close to 1,000. My families have been present here since the late 1800s, and it is my deep Minnesotan roots that aids me in understanding the mindset of white Minnesotans around racism, particularly anti-Blackness and anti-indigeneity, as well as homophobia, and knowing that we absolutely can and must do better than the current harmful socio-political and carceral systems that we have in place. I am calling in tonight to applaud the leadership of the young people of Bloomington Anti-Racist Coalition during the public comment period of May 24th. I wholeheartedly support their well-written and fact-filled statement and calls for accountability and change. On that note, it is deeply disappointing that despite all the emails, phone calls, and public comments that Mayor Busse and Mr. Verbrugge received, that the mayor chose to double down on a poor judgment call over and over. That I understand even fellow council members may have been unhappy about. It seems as if it almost took the potential embarrassment of the pressure from Ms. Nikemi Levy Armstrong, one of Minnesota's most incredible and forward-looking people. We are so lucky to have her, and the legacy of the NAACP to actually spur you to reconsider your decision. So my question tonight is, why was it that you couldn't listen to your own constituents, Mayor Busse? Please know that if you choose to apologize and say that the flag won't fly again, this does not excuse you of ignoring your constituents over and over until it is acknowledged and stated aloud that policing is a broken system that harms the most marginalized among us, and actually admit that we need to consider and implement other ways that provide care and support and transformative justice in our community. I am not going away. I will continue to bring all my feelings and critical analysis of history and current events to you. While I won't speak for others, I know there are many who feel the same. Otherwise, what is the point of improving our public green spaces, our schools, our streets, and our businesses if people do not feel safe in going to and from and utilizing them? Thank you, and I look forward to speaking to you again next week.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson.
Nora, for our next caller, is there a Sally Ness on the line?
Sally, can you please press *1? Sally, your line is open.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Mayor,
Ms. Ness.
Council.
Good evening.
On August 19th, thank you. On August 19th, 2019, there was a protest in council chambers that stopped the city council meeting. The city restarted the meeting and listened to speakers who yelled and swore at the former mayor and council. At the September 9th, 2019 meeting, the city manager responded to the prior meeting's public comment and addressed the speaker's concerns, but did not address the shutting down of the meeting or the yelling or swearing. This was unlike the current response to resident Ms. Morose. Usually the city manager responds to the prior meeting's public comment, and instead the mayor provided an inappropriate and negative response. A data request provides information on the mayor's response. An email from the mayor to a council member states, "At the risk of letting them think this is a good way to engage me, I need to respond to NM's comments from last week. The current mayor is looking for a response so that residents are informed that it is not a good way to engage, yet the city manager's response to the prior meeting's public comment to the group that shut down an official city meeting, yelled and swore, was respectful. Another email from the city manager to the city council that includes the mayor, what the mayor planned to say publicly at the city council meeting to Ms. Morose, and I did not see data where the city manager or any council member responded with concern. The reason I bring this up tonight is that I came across a post that included the following. It stated, and for Anton Burns, I-494 was not a suicide and he was not shooting at traffic like BPD claimed, March 18, 2021. Fam still waiting on autopsy and getting the runaround. This is my first time even hearing his name, and 30 seconds into Google searching, I already see how dirty they're doing him in the narrative. Should have been a memory for this. Regarding this, reading this post, I question if another city meeting will be shut down. If not a city meeting, a freeway or a neighborhood. This concerns me. I question if those who disagree with shutting down a meeting, freeway, or a neighborhood will be heard, or will they be informed that giving their viewpoint is not a good way to engage. I do not want what is happening in Minneapolis to happen here in Bloomington. And yet again, those who protested, shut down a city meeting, yelled and swore, had their concerns addressed. To conclude, I have two questions I would like answered. Can residents expect Section 18A, a city council rules of a procedure be followed that states while the council is in session, council members must preserve order and decorum, and that council members must be respectful of diverse opinions. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. And the other question is, can residents be assured that what is happening in Minneapolis, the shutdown of traffic, roads, intersections, and neighborhoods, will not be allowed to happen here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. Ms. Wilson.
Nora, do we have any additional callers that wish to speak on agenda item 4.2, the public comment period?
There are no one on queue, ma'am. You may proceed.
Can you give one more call to press star 1, just in case we have anybody else out there wishing to speak?
Sure. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to ask or speak for the public comment, please press star 1. Thank you. No one is on queue. You may continue, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you much. With nobody on the line waiting to speak, I'll officially close tonight's public comment period, and we will move on to item 5, our introductory items on our agenda, and item 5.1, which is a public health update on COVID-19 from Dr. Nick Kelly, our public health administrator. We've been having these updates from Dr. Kelly first of the month for some time now, and it feels like, Dr. Kelly, the end may be in sight from your public updates here on the council, in front of the council. I know it's still a few months off, but I think we can at least see the end of the light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully, not that we don't like seeing you, but hopefully we'll be to the end of this, to the other side of this before too long. So, Dr. Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We've witnessed a significant shift in COVID-19 in the past month as we see the growing impact of vaccination in our community. We estimate that over 74% of eligible individuals over the age of 12 in Bloomington have received their first dose, and 66% are fully vaccinated at this point. We are now experiencing the lowest case rate of COVID-19 in Bloomington since April of 2020. We anticipate that the cases will continue to remain low for the near future. This week may be the first week in 14 months where we're consistently reporting a 7-day rolling average of new cases under 5 per 100,000 in Bloomington. A pandemic is a global spread of an infectious disease, and we're still seeing some places in the United States and many around the world where COVID is spreading unabated. While vaccination is our exit strategy from this pandemic, we are exiting while others have not had that choice yet. While many of us are starting to return to activities we missed during COVID-19, it's important to remember that others are dealing with challenges from this pandemic. Those who are not vaccinated are still susceptible to COVID-19 in our community. This includes children under the age of 12 and anyone over 12 that is not vaccinated. This fall, our children should be able to be vaccinated against COVID-19. We're also seeing more of the world being vaccinated. which is so important for controlling the development of new variants. And at this time, we remain confident in the protection offered by the 3 authorized vaccines against variants that have emerged. Bloomington Public Health has provided more than 19,000 vaccines in the community since we started vaccinating in January. This has been accomplished via incredible partnerships with coworkers from around the city of Bloomington, our colleagues in Edina and Richfield, and members of our Medical Reserve Corps. In February, we launched vaccine clinics at Bloomington Civic Plaza, right outside council chambers. On Saturday, June 5th, we completed the last of our 66th clinic at City Hall. We're now shifting clinic operations to our public health building and a mobile clinic task force that provides vaccination at the community level. We're working with partners to address vaccine coverage gaps in our community so that everyone can receive the protection provided by vaccination. If you're eligible to be vaccinated, don't put it off. Get vaccinated. If you have questions about the vaccine, contact us at Public Health and talk to your healthcare provider. We know that for some, the hours or locations of clinics are a challenge. Let us know so that we can work with you to get you a vaccine. If you have friends, neighbors, coworkers, or loved ones who are not vaccinated, encourage them to get vaccinated. You can find COVID vaccines near you wherever you are by going to vaccines.gov. As our COVID-19 operations move to more routine operations, this will be my last regularly scheduled update on the pandemic. If anything changes, I will be working with the city manager to keep you informed. I've been grateful for your leadership on the city council and the time you've provided for these updates. The tone that you set in March of 2020 has carried through in our response over this past year. I'm proud of our community, and I encourage everyone to keep making smart choices about their health and keep being kind to one another. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Kelly, for your work and for the work of the entire public health staff and everyone that has worked so hard to provide the information, the public knowledge, and ultimately the shots in the arms of residents of Bloomington and beyond. So thank you so very much. And I'll admit, Dr. Kelly, I honestly didn't know this was your last update, or I might not have gone off on the tangent hoping that we'd be done seeing you soon. But I'm very so much appreciative to you and to everyone in public health for all that you've done and the work that you provided. So thank you so very much. Thank you. Council, any questions of Dr. Kelly? Hearing no questions, seeing no questions. Again, thank you, Nick. Really appreciate it. Greatly appreciate your work and your leadership on this. Well done.
Thank you, Mayor.
We can move on to item 5.2, which is our sole proclamation for this evening. And the proclamation is for Pride Month. And obviously, as many of you know, I'm sure that June is celebrated as LGBTQIA Pride Month. And the purpose of the month is to recognize the positive impact of individuals who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual locally, nationally, and internationally. And since 2018, our Human Rights Commission has brought forward a proclamation in support of the LGBTQ+ community, and we will be reading that proclamation now. A proclamation from the City of Bloomington, Pride Month, June 1st through the 30th, 2021. Whereas the month of June 2021 is designated Pride Month, and recognizes the discrimination and violence individuals who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual, LGBTQIA, are commonly subjected to, and raises up and promotes self-affirmation, dignity, equal rights, and increases the visibility of the LGBTQIA community. And whereas our city is committed to being inclusive and welcoming of all individuals along the natural spectrum of human identity and sexual orientation, and recognizes that we are a diverse community, enriched by this diversity, including the contributions the LGBTQIA community has made and continues to make. And whereas the LGBTQIA rights movement continues to this day, and while there has been remarkable progress towards acceptance and equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQIA community in the United States and around the world still face an unacceptable level of discrimination and violence, so that we must remain vigilant and push back against those who seek to roll back our progress. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Tim Bussey, Mayor of the City of Bloomington, Minnesota, do hereby proclaim June 21st as LGBTQIA Pride Month, and call upon the people of Bloomington to turn back discrimination and prejudice everywhere exists. Signed this day, the 7th of June in 2021. We have a member of our city's Pride Planning Committee. Juliet White is here to virtually accept our proclamation and to say a few words. Juliet, good evening. Welcome.
Hello. Am I good to go?
You are good to go, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Bussey and the City Council. This proclamation is important to me because I'm a queer woman and I've lived in Bloomington my whole life. Although I have now embraced my queerness, it's come with many challenges. I, like many others, was afraid to come out for a long time because of self-doubt and fear of acceptance. I'm thankful for this proclamation because it's showing the LGBTQ plus people in Bloomington that their city and community supports them. I'm proud of who I am, and I'm thankful that my city is taking this step to show their support. This year, I've been a part of the Bloomington Pride Planning Committee. Activities like the ones we are planning show the LGBTQ plus residents that they are welcome in the Bloomington community. I would like to invite you, the mayor and city council and residents, to our activities. We're hosting children's storyboards at the Bloomington's Farmers Market on June 19th, and people can read inclusive stories with their children on large kid-size boards. And on August 14th from 5 to 9 p.m., a celebration will be held on the east lawn of the Civic Plaza with entertainment, food, and arts. Thank you again for making this proclamation tonight.
You're very welcome, and thank you for your involvement in this. Council, any questions of Ms. White? Seeing none. Thank you much, and thanks for the calendar alerts. We'll be certain to get those on the calendar as well. Moving on to item 5.3 on our agenda, which is the Creekside Community Center reopening update. Creekside has been closed since March 14th of 2020, and that has been a while. And I know we have a lot of people itching to get back together at Creekside, looking for the community feeling there, the programming that goes on, and just the possibility of seeing their friends on a daily basis. And we have a plan in place. And Jill Murphy from the Creekside staff is here this evening to run us through this. Good evening, Ms. Murphy. And I know there's going to be a lot of people who are very interested in what you have to say this evening.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bussey and council members, for having me here. I'm going to share my screen quick. Okay. So thank you again for having me here this evening. I have a short presentation regarding Creekside Community Center's reopening plans, and will be open to any questions at the end. As you are aware, Creekside has been closed to the City of Bloomington indoor programming since March 14th, 2020 due to COVID-19. During this time, staff has worked hard to stay connected with Bloomington's older adults through monthly drive-through events and other programs. However, staff is very excited to share that we will be reopening the facility to indoor programming starting Thursday, July 8th. Just to take a few moments to review the Creekside budget and staffing. As you may remember, the Budget Advisory Committee recommended a Creekside limited services budget that was approved by the City Council in December 2020. The limited services budget included a budget reduction of over $92,000. This reduction is primarily in staffing and associated staffing expenses. When Creekside closed back in 2020 due to COVID, 1 full-time staff member, 4 part-time staff, and 4 building attendants were laid off. We will be hiring 1 new part-time office assistant. The position will be posted this week, and we hope to fill it quickly. However, the remaining full-time position, 3 part-time positions, and building attendants will not be filled in order to stay within the limited services budget. An update on our food programs, as I know that is a very popular area of Creekside. Loaves and Fishes relocated to Oak Grove Presbyterian Church in January 2021. This new location is only a half-mile south of Creekside, so very convenient for our Creekside participants. They continue to serve free meals to the community Monday through Friday from 5:30 to 6:30. As far as Creekside lunch program, we will not be continuing the lunch program when we reopen. The lunch program requires a dedicated part-time staff coordinator which is not included in the limited services budget. Staff will continue to work with any seniors that are in need of lunch options and connect them with other resources. One good note to share is that Fare for All will continue to be offered at Creekside. For those that are unfamiliar with the program, Fare for All is a food distribution program that is open to everyone with no income requirements or other restrictions. Okay. Individuals can purchase fresh produce, frozen food, and basic groceries at up to 40% off. So this program has continued as a drive-through model during COVID, and we will continue once we reopen, coming back indoors, and it'll be offered every other month. We're able to offer this program because Fare for All staff and Creekside volunteers help support it. As far as our senior programs, almost all senior programs will be continuing, which is very excited to see our senior leaders and participants back in the building. We'll have program opportunities for seniors will include arts and crafts, card groups, education opportunities, fitness, music, and recreation. We do have a few programs that typically do not meet in the summer, and those programs will wait again this year until fall. A few contract programs, such as our yoga class, will wait until September to start due to the instructor's recommendation. Also, AARP driver safety class, which is a very popular class at Creekside, will begin in September. AARP nationwide is waiting until September to restart their in-person classes. So when they are ready to start in person, we will be ready to have them at Creekside. Also, a few programs that have changed the days of the week that they will meet, such as the Classic Country Music Jam that regularly met on Saturday mornings, that will now meet Thursday mornings at Creekside. A few of our safety guidelines. So Creekside will be reopening after July 1st when any current or remaining state mandate requirements for face coverings and operations and safety preparedness plans have expired. A few of the safety guidelines that we will still have in place include that masks will be welcome but not required. And then in our facilities, same as other City of Bloomington facilities, staff will be increasing the cleaning and disinfecting of high-touch areas. Pre-registration will not be required for drop-in programs. This is similar to what we had before and works very well for our participants. But we will be working extra hard to make sure that we have accurate attendance for all of our programs. So if we do need to go back and see who was in what activity, what day, we will have accurate information. Another change that we will have this year is public health senior health nurse Ann Sattler will be working out of an office at Creekside 3 days a week. She will be available at Creekside to connect with the seniors, answer anybody's questions related to COVID or other health concerns, and connect those in need to resources. And then finally, our reopening timeline and details, which is very exciting to share. I guess first of all, the state will continue to use Creekside as a COVID testing site through the end of June. However, once they finish up, we will do all of our final preparations, and we will be ready to open and host our reopen house on Wednesday, July 7th from 9 to noon. Everyone is invited, including our council members and mayor, to stop by Creekside and celebrate the reopening. We'll have treats to share. It'll be a chance to see old friends and also learn about programs and receive the updated schedule. We will then open the following day, Thursday, July 8th, as our official open day, first day open. And then our summer hours will be Monday through Thursday from 8 to 3:30 and Friday from 8 to 1. And then we will close on Saturdays and Sundays. Staff are very excited to be reopening Creekside and to be able to see our Creekside participants back in person. And we've been calling our senior leaders and talking to them, and everybody is very excited to come back as well. So thank you for your time this evening. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Council, any questions? I just assume, Ms. Murphy, now that you presented this to the council, I'm assuming this is going to be spread far and wide, whether it's on social media or I know you've got an extensive email list and mailing list for your Creekside patrons. I'm sure we're going to get the word out as I said, as far and as wide as we possibly can.
Yes, Mayor Bussey, City Council members, postcards were printed today for our reopening open house. They will be going out in the mail this week, and information is being posted on the website.
Fantastic.
It'll be shared other ways as well.
Very good. Council, any questions, comments? I don't see anyone's hand up, but other than I know that there's a lot of folks who are very excited to hear what you just presented. So thank you much, and we will look forward to the reopen house. It sounds like a great idea. Looking forward to being there. So thank you much.
Thank you.
On to item 5.4 on our agenda, which is a public safety update from our Bloomington Police Chief, Mike Hartley. We get periodic updates from our chief every now and again, and when it is specifically requested as well, if there are issues of concern. And I know I think this might be a combination of all of those things. An update that we should routinely get from our police department to the council in terms of what's happening in the city. But also, I know that there have been resident questions and inquiries about public safety, about crime in the city, about a variety of different things. And Chief Hartley is with us this evening to talk us through a presentation and to give us the latest statistics and information that the police department has. Chief Hartley, good evening. Welcome. Chief, are you with us this evening?
I am.
There he is.
There we go. Well, welcome. I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Bussey, council members, to present this tonight. Last time we got a public safety update was with former Chief Potts, and so that was back in October of 20. And so I look forward to presenting some information tonight. And again, 2020 was a challenging year with the pandemic, the killing of George Floyd, and police department, I'm proud to say, rose to the challenge and showed that they were true dedicated public servants. So I'm going to share. Are you seeing the screen that I'm sharing?
We do not see it yet, no.
All right, hold on.
There it is. Oh.
Hold on.
We're seeing your screen.
Here.
Now we see your desktop.
I know. I apologize for this whole.
There's the presentation. Now, if you go to the first slide and start from the beginning, I think we'll be set and ready to go. Yeah, I think.
Are you seeing? How's that?
We're seeing. I think we're on slide number 3 right now. So you need to start from the first slide, and then if you go up to display settings, we're also seeing your next slide. So go up to display settings, right there, and click on the bottom one, isn't it? There it is. You got it.
All right.
You're golden.
All right. Thank you for helping me through that. When you get 2 different ones sent to you, it kind of makes things confusing. But as I said, I appreciate this. I'm frequently asked questions by not only the council, but members of the community on obviously crime rates, police training, the policies of the police department, and also officer wellness. And so, although this may not answer all those questions, I do want to encourage those that have additional questions after my presentation to reach out to me, email or call, and we'll get those taken care of. So first off, I just want to kind of give a little bit of a historical going back 4 years and letting people see where we were sitting from 2016 through 2019. You can see a 4-year average of Part 1 crimes in Bloomington was right just under 3,000. We saw a little bit in 2017 and 18, a downtick, but then started to tick back up. I do want to just kind of draw attention to the largest contributor to what we were reporting as far as Part 1 crimes, and that is larceny and theft. Obviously, with the largest mall in the country in our backyard, that is going to be a driver to those Part 1 crimes. The Part 2 crimes are the lesser of offenses. And again, we track, just to go back to show you the 2016 and up through 2019, we averaged right around 4,000. And I think that's in part, it was a crime-ridden year for some reason in 2016. but I think that's a outlier. In 2020, there's some challenges that we have in trying to compare crime data from 2020 to previous years. In September of 2020, we transitioned, along with most police departments in the country, from the Uniform Crime Reporting to the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. So this, under the old UCR, just to kind of put some context to this, if somebody broke into your house and committed a theft and damage to property, we were only reporting the highest level crime, which was the burglary. Now, under NIBRS, we report up to 10 offenses in that. So if you had 5 different criminal offenses that occurred in relation to the burglary, they are now all getting reported to the FBI. So obviously, you will see an uptick in some crime rates. Nationally, it's about 2%, so it's not significant. But I think it's so that it makes comparing when you went into this new system of reporting towards the end of the year in 2020, it really makes going back and comparing to previous years a little more difficult. But what we did do is we went back and we looked at from October 20 toward all the way to April of this year. And there's Group A and Group B. Group A is the more serious offenses that are occurring in what we now report to the FBI. So what it's showing is, for those that are asking about crime rates, you know, we have seen a 14% decline since October of 2020. Again, not saying we're going to rest on those laurels, but we are continuously working on managing crime rates and when we can, bringing them down. This gives you an idea how 2020 compared to all calls for service. It's a way we obviously track police activity. I think what's important here is we created this so that you can see calls for service compared to those that come out of the Mall of America. In 2020, those calls represented 7% of all calls for service, compared to 10% in 2019. So a 3% decrease in calls for service at the mall. And overall, it shows obviously, you know, the high of 71,000 back in 2016 to 57,500 now in 2020. What this slide just tells you is, if you extract out all of the administrative and self-initiated calls, these are truly people calling into the police department and trying, you know, obviously for a calls for service. This gives you a little bit better idea when an officer is on a traffic stop, anything self-initiated, they work contractual overtime, directed patrols. That's removing those from the second or the first slide, and gives you a little bit better idea of true calls for service. What I wanted to do, again, I hear it. I'm a Bloomington resident as well, and I hear from my neighbors. You know, it seems like there's more crime in Bloomington. We are unable to get the 2020 stats as far as BCA FBI statistics, but this gives you an idea of where we sit in comparison to other cities in the metro area and outside the metro. One thing I do want to draw attention to, because I think our investigators do an excellent job, but that 59% clearance rate is almost unheard of. I know you see the non-metro at 60%, but I would challenge that our incidence of crime in a metropolitan area is probably a little bit of higher volume than what they've got. So when we do have crime that is committed, we've got a great group that investigates and ultimately charges those at 59% clearance rate on submission of cases. I reached out to some of our equally sized cities, if you will, Brooklyn Park, Duluth, and Rochester. They as well transitioned to NIBRS in 2020. The spike that you see there for Duluth is that they just came on board a little bit later. But what this gives you an idea is where we compare to other cities of similar size and allocated police resources and personnel. Obviously you saw the previous slide showing our high number of larcenies. And I would have no doubt that if you extracted those numbers out in comparison, we may be closer to our cities of Brooklyn Park and Rochester. In reference to the questions regarding our calls for service at our hotels, obviously we've had an increase in the service providing nonprofits that have helped to house the displaced individuals from COVID. The reason you only see 2 hotels that are listed here is that these are the only 2 hotels that still have those individuals staying there. And I didn't want to kind of infect the slide, if you will, with hotels that have no longer housing those folks. And so what this shows you, obviously we peaked last summer. Again, all the credit goes to other city departments along with our own, who collaborated with the service providers, with the hotels, in coming up with a plan to kind of remedy this high call for service. And I'm proud of seeing that blue line, especially for Comfort Inn. It's come down to a much more manageable. Our work's not done. We continue to engage with Comfort Inn and surrounding businesses to make sure that when those folks are visiting, or people are, that it's a safe experience, and again, one that also respects those that are currently staying there as a temporary shelter. This slide just goes into, obviously, following the killing of George Floyd, officer training is on the forefront. It has always been a high priority of the Bloomington Police Department. We spend much more than the 48 hours that are required every 3 years. But these are just some of the mandatory training that our officers get every single year. This is online. So in addition to some of these, we still have hands-on training, and I believe that's close to just under 100 hours every 3 years. As things become a little bit more apparent that of necessity is how we deal with things as far as mental health, you see that used to be just part 1 and part 2. But as we've recognized the higher number of contacts with those who are in crisis, we've added additional training, persuasion and de-escalation, implicit bias, along with that and the internal training we get in racial equity work from Faith Jackson. I'm more than comfortable with where we sit with putting our officers out on the street for duty each and every day. The box that you see off there in smaller print is just the mandatory OSHA required training that we also participate in on an annual basis. This one, obviously, what's very important is that we maintain a very healthy workforce, not only the sworn, but non-sworn as well. We're asking our officers and really all staff to do a difficult job in difficult times. And so now more than ever, it's really important that we create opportunities for those to remain not only physically, but also mentally strong and healthy. And so we've, in the last several years, and we're continuing to build on these, we recognize the importance of what, whether it's mandatory professional therapy sessions, whether it's on-duty workouts, but also just making sure that people are looking out for one another. I don't have to tell you, council, that currently there's an uptick in PTSD retirements, and we're doing our best to try to manage that, having a support system in place. We're in the final stages of a peer-to-peer support. We've always had mentoring, but put an extra emphasis on the importance of reaching out to new officers, setting that table very early so that they know that what they can expect and where they can lean or where they can go to get some resources if they need those. The checkup from the neck up is a mandatory professional therapy session. Again, this is mandatory for sworn. We do pay for that, and it's not mandatory, but we have found that non-sworn are participating in that as well. The stress of a police officer is equal to that of a dispatcher. We know that. And so that's a great program, and one that, we'll continue to fund for years to come. And also just kind of a circle around with our sergeant and our sergeants and frontline supervisors, making sure that they recognize the importance of a open conversation, coaching and mentoring, and making sure that if somebody's starting to struggle, that we are intervening very early instead of later. One of the big challenges that our department, as well as most in the country, are facing is this issue of recruiting. We have seen a significant drop in those that are interested in becoming police officers. We recently hired 4. I wanted to hire 8, but we've seen the interest almost cut in half. And it makes it challenging to go out and recruit. As we look to diversify the ranks of the BPD, we've got to take 2 steps back now to get back to where we were before George Floyd. And again, we're looking at different ways, one of which is just a little bit more of a vigorous staff recruitment, where we will send personnel out to colleges, get our name out there, convince people that Bloomington Police Department is an excellent place to work. But also, we've got a resource right here in our backyard that we have been partnering with for many, many years. In fact, I've been here 24 years, and we've always had a strong relationship with our school system. And where I want to take that is, as we have with our Explorer program and getting people into our CSO, Community Service Officer program, but convincing people in our 2 high schools that a career in law enforcement is a noble and challenging but rewarding career, and getting them interested. So I think you're all aware, but it's worth repeating. We have 3 different hiring processes: the traditional, where we open the door and let people from all over apply. We have a Pathways to Policing that specifically targets our intent to diversify, to look for those that speak a second language or non-English speaking language, and those that come from a diverse background. We see the benefit of that. We currently have 2 that are in training. They'll start at the police department at the end of August. And also one that has been, I think, benefited us as far as filling the ranks, an internal community service officer promotion. We will hire them as a community service officer. They will work while they go to school. They'll get, go to skills, get certified, and then we have an internal promotion to the rank of police officer. Policies and procedures, obviously I included these. Our command staff is constantly evaluating how we're doing business on a weekly basis. It used to be we would do strategic planning 5 and 10 years out. What I've told the community, or our command staff, is that we should be looking at no more than about 6 months out, and because things change so quickly with how we deliver police service and public safety. Pursuit driving, crowd control, obviously in the wake of Brooklyn Center, there were questions regarding how we deploy crowd control measures, and so we created a general order. We actually were working on that before Dante Wright was killed in Brooklyn Center. And so again, it's that forward thinking, it's staying ahead, so that when we do have an incident, we've got a good, strong policy and procedure that helps guide our police department forward. And then canine operations and deployment. It had been a while since we looked at that and felt that it was time to update that as well. I included this slide because we continue to be very proactive on how we approach pursuits. Pursuing any vehicle is extremely dangerous. And so this is kind of a cheat sheet, if you will, of our policy that we recently revised. And I think what's important, it should be noted, is that, we're always evaluating the risk versus reward, looking at the severe and imminent threat that would allow us to pursue. And I am proud to report that we have cut the number. We have actually increased the number of terminated pursuits. We've almost doubled where we were a few years ago. And that's supervisors, that's the officers that are out there serving and engaging in police work and in enforcement, recognizing the danger of pursuing a vehicle through our city. And like I said, this is the right direction, and I'm proud of our departments embracing this. One of the things that I took over as the interim chief on February 1st of this year, I laid out a 100-day plan to continue with some programs, but also create others. And one of the things that I'm proud of is this idea of being as transparent as possible. We have got a great police department here, and we're not perfect, but I can tell you that I'm all for being as transparent to the community, to the city council, so that you can see firsthand the work that we're doing each and every day. One of the ways we deliver that is the data dashboard. You can see from this slide, it covers everything on those tabs, but I think the most important for the community is the crime map, because it kind of shows you where crime is occurring throughout Bloomington, but also the traffic stops. We get a lot of complaints about traffic in people's neighborhoods, and it will show you our concerted efforts in addressing those issues. Another thing is that I think it was late last year, we implemented was an employee feedback. It's never been easier to report misconduct by a police officer or perceived misconduct. You can go online and you not only can lodge a complaint, but you can also provide general comment, and also you can compliment for a job well done. We'll take those as well. So this is all online, and again, part of this idea of being transparent and addressing the concerns from the community. We're close. Whether we put this in here, but we are very close to reaching an agreement with the Center for Policing Equity. This is a nonprofit that does data research and analysis. And so they will be looking at arrest data, traffic data, and other things to look for disparities and then give recommendations on how we can do business better. One thing that isn't on here that we've been doing for almost 2 months now is back in April, we implemented traffic stop data collection. And so now we can look at data from traffic stops to include gender, race, whether they were a Bloomington resident or not, and whether a search was conducted. This kind of models of St. Paul, they've been doing it for several years. And again, really good data that will be going up on the data dashboard soon. Some community engagement things I just want to touch on. One of which is a internal program we developed, the Shift Forward. What that does is it's a 18-hour cohort that partners 8 police officers with 8 Black community members. It's the working through learning different perspectives from a police officer, from a Black community member, and just gaining a relationship and learning that there's always, I told the group when it started several weeks ago, there's a journey that also has to be taken into account whenever you are trying to learn or recognize that somebody's got a different perspective. Q&A with BPD, that's some way that we just kind of introduce the different programs and the great work that we're doing in this police department. And then the recent the crime prevention, some of the old stuff along with some of the new. And I just add that we are always open to suggestions on how we can engage with the community. We see the value of it. And you can see that this list of things has kind of transformed through the years so that we can touch more people than just those that were showing up routinely with the coffee with a cop. We still love those people, but we knew we had to connect with different a different demographic of our community as well. Just real quick on the Hennepin County collaboration, we do have a joint community police partnership. The Multicultural Advisory Committee falls under that. We utilize them in a lot of ways. I'm happy to report that we use them in our recent sergeant promotional process. It's the first time we've done so. They really enjoyed that. It was great to hear the perspective and feedback from community members, especially from diverse backgrounds. And then we do have 2 social workers. The second one started today. We recognized a couple years ago that we have an uptick in our contact with those that are in crisis. And we now have those at our disposal as well. And I mentioned it on the data dashboard, but I think it's important enough to show the community where they can access crime data. And the website is down there at bloomingtonmn.gov/PD. So with that, I know I talk fast. I don't know how long that took, but I will take any questions that you have.
Scroll down and touch and others. Thank you very much, Chief Hartley. Council questions. I do have a question, Chief. I know that I think we kind of touched on it, but I had brought up a call that I had received, a couple of calls actually, about street racing and some of the more aggressive traffic and driving in the people have seen in in Bloomington, in the city of Bloomington. Did you have you seen that? Have you seen an uptick of the street racing here in Bloomington, or what's the status of that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know it's timely because of what happened over the weekend. We've been dealing with a group that will advertise on social media meeting spots. Usually it is on private property in some of our strip mall parking lots. We try to stay on top of that. We work with the business owners, property owners, to make sure that what their wishes are. It's usually that they not congregate on their private property. When we show up and we just have a presence in the area, they do usually leave. And as far as street racing or high speed, our officers are out there enforcing that. And I don't think there have been meeting in Bloomington as of late. But when we do have contact with them, they do disperse, and any enforcement we take. We're not going to tolerate speeding and racing on our streets, never have. And so, but it just, as of the last month, I haven't seen intel come across that they've been utilizing locations in Bloomington.
Thank you. Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 3 kind of quick questions here. I noticed that we had quite a bit of training there. And oftentimes I'm asked the question, how does that training compare with other suburban areas or other parts of the state when we look at that training that's provided to the officers?
Councilmember Lohman, great question. I think that's one of the things that separates us from most other departments. I'll give you all the credit, but we have a healthy training budget. It has not been cut. And I think one of the reasons why we have a high expectation here of our officers and the community has high expectations is because we invest a lot of time in training. I was the training sergeant many years ago, and I can tell you that in talking to my counterparts throughout the metro area, they were in awe at the resources that we had. So to answer that, the state by post mandate says that you have to have 48 hours every 3 years. We're well over 100. Keep in mind, this list that I copied here is all online. This doesn't represent actual hands-on training, use of force, driving, firearms training, and de-escalation and crisis intervention. So we sit, I would challenge another city to show that they're training their officers more than the Bloomington Police Department.
Appreciate that. It's almost 52 hours more than the state requirement. That's incredible when you think about that. So then just 2 other questions here. I saw your slide that kind of talked a little bit about morale. Are you looking at ways in which that other cities across the country are measuring police morale within? Are you trying to look for new techniques to figure out what the morale is of the force?
Yeah, we are. I think the primary, I think we start at support. And, you know, I expect our officers and everybody in this police department to go out and be professional and treat people the way that we would want family members to be treated if they had interactions with the police. And so I can tell you that it starts with an employee coming to work each day, knowing that they will be supported. We all know that this job is extremely challenging, and unfortunately things happen. It's just part of you know, laying out a set of you know, rules, laws, ordinances, and then telling your police department to enforce those laws. There's going to be, unfortunately, uses of force, and I've had the opportunity to talk to a few of the city council members, and I think, you know, just what I hit on is that it doesn't have to be overwhelming, doesn't have to be ad nauseum, but letting those that are coming to do a tough job at a tough time know that you support them goes a long way. It then goes from knowing that you're supported to making sure that people are aware of resources that they can, whether it's EAP, whether it's reaching out to our clinician that they can go for mental health and work through issues that they have, and just providing them a sounding board, if you will, and again, providing opportunities so that when they do start to struggle, you can recognize it early instead of later, and hopefully intervene. So you know, morale goes up and down, and it's tough to gauge. You know, I think you see other cities, maybe bigger cities, a drop off because you know, they don't feel that they're supported. They don't have whether it's internal or external. But you know, a long-winded answer to your question would be, I think it starts internally, and then it builds out. And we enjoy. You know I come to work every day trying to convince. I want everybody in the city to feel safe. And I know that there's a lot of questions around law enforcement, police work, and the work that the Bloomington Police Department does specifically. And you know, we appreciate the support from the community, but I think it starts internally, and then you draw upon the external support.
Thank you for that. Certainly, we support you know, your leadership in terms of making sure that we make a more perfect police department kind of going forward. I know it's something that we always see that you guys strive to try to do. You know, it's certainly a uniform that folks wear with distinction. With that being said, I know the last time we had conversation, we talked about reputational risks with our police department. And one of the things that I saw just recently is some of these joint task force that we have, where we end up working with other law enforcement across the either in the state or in the metropolitan area. And one of the things that kind of concerned me, and I wanted to ask you, Chief, was about how this last incident that took place in Minneapolis, folks were not required to wear cameras. And I don't know if we're a part of that task force or a part of that, but with any of the other task forces that are out there, what is our policy around our officers wearing cameras and that type of thing in order to protect the very transparency that we talked about earlier in this presentation? And it may not be able for you to respond today because we may belong to a lot of different task force, but I wanted to put that out there, that just one of those concerns as I was watching that taking place, that I just wanted to make sure that we were aware of that.
Yeah. Councilmember Lohman, we currently have two officers assigned to, one assigned to the FBI task force, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the other one is assigned to the DEA task force. We have a policy that dictates when an officer has a body camera. All of our officers are issued them. Unfortunately, right now, the federal guidelines coming down from the Justice Department does not allow those members of the task force to wear those, to have them activated. We just talked amongst command staff today about addressing that issue. I met with the SAC, the special agent in charge of the FBI, last Friday, and this came up. And they are aware of, as local law enforcement's asked to be as transparent as possible. I think they're realizing that they probably as well should move in that direction. I'm not suggesting that they're going to anytime soon, but it is a discussion we are having. It is a concern of ours because ultimately, if one of our investigators on those task force has to use a level of force that you described, which happened in Minneapolis, it's going to be us having to answer the same questions that the federal agency that's actually has the task force, and so it's on our radar. We're re-evaluating the policy, and I think you'll see something here shortly addressing those concerns.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're aligned in my way of thinking. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for your work.
Welcome.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for taking the time to talk with us tonight, and thank you as well again for the conversation we had the other day. It was really, really helpful, really, really informative. So thank you for that. Just a couple of quick questions. Could you go to your slide where it was a month-by-month breakdown of the group A and B? That's the one. Thank you. And you just went through it a little bit quickly, so I just wanted to, so that the decline, you said it was a 14% decline. Is that total group A and B?
It is.
Okay. So that was a 14%. And how does that break down in terms of, like how much of that is group A and how much of that is group B?
Well, you can see Group A obviously makes up a good portion of those numbers. I'd have to go back and grab what our statistician wrote. I don't have that right now, but I can certainly get that to you. If you are interested, I can tell you which crimes make up the Group A, if that gives you a little bit more context.
Yeah, no, that's not necessary. I was curious more for the overall number. So if you could just tell me what the overall decline was for groups A and B separately as well, that would be really helpful. And then the only other question I had, just kind of picking up on what Councilmember Lohman just asked about, how is the training that you provide, how is that evaluated? Is that done is that the post board or who conducts that training and who evaluates that?
Yeah, Councilmember Coulter, a lot of our training is done by our in-house experts in use of force, firearms, driving. We don't have any in-house crisis intervention, but we have people that assist in that training. And so all of that training is then submitted, it's documented, those that attend, and then it's submitted to the post board that keeps track of that. So it does have to pass. You just can't, you just can't throw anything out and then it's going to get credited by the post board. So there are certain things that we do have to do on a annual and then every 3 years. And so we obviously abide by those requirements. But I would say the majority of our training is done by in-house. And then those instructors go outside to earn that expertise from national known police trainers.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just briefly echo my colleagues' thanks. I think obviously we hear a lot of headlines kind of nationally about policing, and I can see why folks might lose sight of the fact BPD is already one of the most innovative and effective departments in the state. So thank you, and thank you everybody in the department. One of the things that I'm most excited about, and you mentioned it in the presentation, was things like the social work partnerships. I know when I did my ride along, heard a lot of anecdotes about folks in mental health crisis, and because of lack of resources, kind of running into these same folks again and again and again. Do we know if at some point down the line we might be able to aggregate some data around if some of these collaborative partnerships we're doing are able to reduce repeat calls to service for, say, folks in a mental health crisis, or once we've got more time under our belt, how are we planning on engaging those efforts?
Yeah. Councilmember Martin, we currently, obviously, our embedded social worker program is not in its infancy, but I think we've had, it's 3 years that we've had that it's been up and running. And so at some point in time, I will tell you, we completely underestimated the case volume. And again, the program was always developed in this collaboration with Hennepin County and the police department as a way to get the resources out there and work with the individuals who many are already in the system but have kind of fallen off the grid, so that you can reconnect them with the services that they need. You know, what I can provide is the number of cases and then the number of repeat, you know, the ongoing. The way we look at it is in a selfish way. Our hope is that we can respond as a law enforcement agency to a call that may not have went out as a mental health call or someone in crisis. Maybe it was a crime in progress. We can recognize that this isn't a criminal. This isn't somebody but it's somebody that needs resources and getting them the help that they need. And our hope is then that in future, they get help, but we can look at it as a non-law enforcement response. We can have the social worker go out, do follow-ups, and make sure that that the individual is following up in the areas that they need to. So I can provide numbers. I can get from early on. We have seen an increase in the number of calls, mental health calls, and so along with case numbers and repeat, because I think it is a good question. Are we continuing even with this program to go out and deal with the same people over and over and over? But I can.
Thank you. I just kind of, as we're moving forward and looking at increased investment in some of these innovative programs, that would just be kind of helpful to look at. So I appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilmember Beloga and then Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mike. Let me add my thanks to you and all the other sworn officers and non-sworn officers of the department for all that you do to maintain safety within the community. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I do have sort of a tough question for you, and I'm not expecting an answer, but this is what I get questioned on. And I've taken a liberty while you were doing the Q&A with Councilmember Lohman to Google one of the questions that I get addressed. And that is Bloomington, Minnesota a safe place to live? And if you enter that into Google, the response that comes back is that the crime rate of 39 per 1,000 residents is one of the highest in America. Now, I don't tend to believe everything that I read on the internet, but I also understand there's ways to challenge information that is there if it's erroneous. So my request to you, rather than comment or question, is can we as the BPD look at this information that's on the internet and seek to either validate it or alter it or remove it if it's appropriate to do so?
Yeah, Councilmember Beloga, I'm aware of those numbers. I get those same questions, and I think one of the driving forces in that crime rate is the fact that we have a high incident based on population of 85,000 of larcenies, thefts. They're taking into account all crimes, and so therefore, you know, that's factored in. I did a community conversation a couple weeks ago, and what I went in and looked at was livability crimes. What are the crimes as a resident am I concerned about? Those would be burglaries. Those would be aggravated assaults, robberies. And I can tell you that all of those, and again, 2020 is an odd year, but even trying to extract them out from the old UCR crimes data to the new NIBRs, We are down in those areas. I know there's been a lot of discussion about crime. I get it in my own household. I get it from my neighbors. And so I'm aware of it, but I can tell you I get this, that it seems like there's always helicopters in the air. There's always sirens. And, there's a reason, but officers put sirens on. It's not always to go to a crime in progress. As you get the weekly, the one weekly, you see that medicals lead our calls for service just about every single week. They do lead. So I will dig into that. I will try to put a little bit more perspective on those numbers so that you have a good solid answer that you can give your constituents. You actually are my council member too, so I'm going to ask you the same question.
Well, and I thank you for that. And I had an inkling that you might be accustomed to receiving that, because I didn't think I was the only one getting that. But since there are people in the community thinking about that and asking those questions, I thought it was appropriate to address it during this forum. So thank you for sharing that, and you've already given me a different perspective on it and help to respond to those folks. So again, our thanks to you and to all the other members of the department.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Hartley. I appreciate you being here tonight, and I appreciate your leadership and all that you've been able to accomplish in the couple of months you've been in your position, but of course, in the many years you've been with the BPD in Bloomington.
Thank
so
you.
I have a lot of questions, but I will just answer, or I'll just ask a couple of them. So I know you said that we have the program, the checkup from the neck up, but my understanding is I think that's just a once a year type of thing, and I'm wondering, given just how challenging things have been over the last year, what are the other ways that officers are being screened for potential PTSD or other issues that might be happening, both kind of as a retention strategy, but also just as an overarching wellness strategy? And I do understand you have lots of kind of more preventative based programs in place, but I'm just kind of more curious around the screening itself and just kind of monitoring that.
Yeah, Councilmember Carter, the once a year mandatory visit is, you're right, once a year, but we'll pay up to, I think, 3 or 4 additional visits. And after about the 4th, I think it's 4, we do refer folks. Again, we want them to continue to get mental health treatment if they so need it. But they either can reach out to the EAP, or in most cases, they are utilizing their own health benefits and continuing to receive those services and treatments from a mental health provider. The other ways are, again, peer-to-peer support, frontline supervisors being trained in how to look for some red flags in employees. We look back, this is going back many, many years ago, but we saw some areas where we could do better with folks just calling in at the last minute, and that became kind of a consistent practice. And so just looking for some red flags, acting on those, and again, making sure that that all employees feel that they've got a resource here with the department, whether it's peer-to-peer, frontline supervisor, a member of command staff, but it starts with obviously recognizing that if this is an issue, we are aware of the issues of PTSD, and again, it's hard to kind of prevent individuals from experiencing that, but also making sure that we train, we equip, and we make sure that that our officers have not only the support from command staff, but also support amongst each other to go out and handle calls for service.
Thank you. And then kind of in a similar vein, just kind of knowing how much PTSD is occurring among law enforcement, but also obviously in community especially over the past year, given everything that we've all experienced, but also, communities that have experienced generations of trauma, right? Is as part of the training that BPD goes through, are there pieces around trauma-informed policing, both kind of from the perspective of like as colleagues, as police officers, but also out in the community?
Yes, there is. I'm looking for my slide here. We receive training in procedural justice, and that is a way to go out and deal with conflict on a again, I knew this was gonna here. A way to basically show more equity in dealing with a conflict in the community. And that starts with how your voice inflection by doing more listening and talking and recognizing, that there's two sides and giving people an opportunity to voice those concerns when dealing with conflict, treating people with dignity and respect, and being neutral and transparent in decision making. So also understanding, we receive training in cultural competency, in understanding different ethnicities, and maybe there's a different approach or feeling about law enforcement. We don't assume that everybody's going to openly embrace the police when they show up for a call for service. And so the training that I listed there, it goes deeper than that. As you know, Faith Jackson has presented plenty of content to our department in her over a year of employment here at the city. And so, but we're never going to just rest on that. We recognize we had an opportunity to partner with community members in different programs. And so we're continuing to look for ways to engage all members of our community. And I think, like I said, our work speaks for itself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also just want to say that I really appreciate your first comments around transparency and all of the work you've been doing around data and the project coming forward from or with the Center for Policing Equity. Is that what it's called?
You got it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get this wrong, but I'm glad I got it right. So, about a year ago about a year ago when we were having these conversations, that was something that I had felt really passionately about, and it's really great to see all of that work underway. And so thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Hartley. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the work of our officers and staff there in the police department. Just a couple of quick questions here. You had mentioned the sort of the summary that we get on a weekly basis, and I was struck a couple weeks ago. There was, I think, 4 incidents where officers had to administer Narcan. That there were a couple of mental health calls that officers went in and were able to successfully help people get into medical treatment. And I guess my question for you is, if the officer isn't there to administer Narcan or to help out in that mental health situation, what is the likely outcome of those situations?
Well, I want to give credit to our fire department. They go on a lot of those medicals as well, where they don't know what it is. So if I understand your question, what would happen if someone didn't call the police, or what would happen if someone in crisis didn't get that intervention? It's a good question, but it's tough. I would tell you that our intent when we show up on the scene is to get those that are suffering, that are in crisis or suffering from a mental illness, the help that they need. And if there was no intervention by, whether it be the police department or our embedded social worker, the problem will just continue to get worse. And you may see an escalation of behavior to a point where now, when the police are called, maybe now it's escalated to a point where force has to be used. So I'm proud of the work that our officers do every day. We are leaps and bounds farther along in how we deal with those that are in crisis than we were even 5 years ago. And so it's important, again, to make sure that we've got the right collaboration with Hennepin County. And did that answer it as far as what would happen if we didn't show up?
Yeah, it answered it very well, Chief Hartley. And the reason I brought that up is I do know people that have had the Bloomington Police Department out for mental health crises, and the experiences that have been reported back to me have been positive. And it's good to hear you reinforce that. You're getting in there, intervening as early as possible, getting those resources, getting that support to people. So I think that's one of the big concerns that people in the community have is what does that response look like? Does it look like an assistance, or does it look like a enforcement type action? And so I just wanted to make sure and hear from you how we were approaching that in our officers, again, and provide that feedback that I think people have been happy. I mean, I think there's still more work to do in that area, but I don't think that's all on the police department. Overall, I think it's systemic throughout our society. One of the other things I want to ask you, just my last question is, right now there's a lot of discussion within the community, within our society, about policing, and there are legitimate concerns about policing and we've seen it throughout this country in different situations. We also clearly have a police force in Bloomington that has taken those issues seriously. I know, hearing from Chief Potts previously, that the Attorney General had led a task force that had made recommendations, and our police force had, even prior to the brutal killing of George Floyd, had implemented many of those and has continued to work on those that haven't been implemented. And so I guess kind of similar to Councilmember Beloga's question, how do I explain to people, or how can you explain to the community, that we can do both, that we can take seriously the concerns that are raised, that we can reform, improve, continue to move forward and be the best police force we can, and continue to support our police officers? How can we do both?
Councilmember Nelson, great question. I think first off, what we look at, as you alluded to, when you had conversations with Chief Potts in prior years, look at what we've done and let that be kind of the start to the conversation. It's difficult to do a job where you're being held to the actions of somebody that happened in another city. We are the Bloomington Police Department. We have a history of expecting a lot out of our officers. And in doing that, part of that expectation is also recognizing the need for change. My hat is off to our command staff. They're constantly evaluating whether it's legislative proposals, whether it's national direction in law enforcement, whether it's use of force, whether it's policy. It could be a number of different things, but they're constantly asking the question, what are we doing now, and can we do something better? And so you're exactly right. We've always tried to stay ahead of the game, if you will. And so I would say that we can still provide excellent police work as we have, as we change with what the expectation from the community is. I'll level with you. I'm not for all the proposed changes. I'm willing to have a conversation. I like tough questions. I love tough conversations because they're productive. And you may come in on opposite ends of whether it's an argument or a philosophical standing, but you work through a tough conversation to start to come maybe a little bit more to the middle where you can meet. So to answer your question, we still are serving the community. And if the community wants A, then we have to deliver A. But we can do so knowing that the community, there's many voices in the community, And, we owe it to listen to all and make sure that this is a police department that everyone can be proud of. As I said early on, the goal is that every person in Bloomington feels safe. That's what we're dedicated to doing. Now, I know it's been a tough year, and a lot of people, they think, or they feel that it's not as safe as it was. But this department's dedicated to, whether we return to numbers. I think I've shown that, that we're not through the roof on crime numbers, but we are committed to continuing to make Bloomington safe for everybody, and I think we've delivered on that.
Well, thank you again, Chief, and pass your appreciation on to your team, your leadership team, and the officers in the department.
Will do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson.
Council, any final questions for the chief this evening? If not, Chief Hartley, thanks much. Thanks for spending your time with us tonight. Thanks for the report. Thanks for the update. And thanks for the conversation. And I'm sure we will have this conversation again. I'm looking forward to it, to hear where we are 3, 4, 6 months from now, because it's an ongoing task that you have, and we need to like very much to stay updated and understand where we are in terms of a community, in terms of public safety in our community. So thank you so very much.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, Council, we will move on to item 6 on our agenda, which is our consent business. And Councilmember Carter has their consent calendar this evening. Councilmember Carter.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So I have not heard of any holds, but I will do one last call. All right. So hearing none, I will hold 6.19 and otherwise would move to approve items 6.1 through 6.18. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to wait. I have to do 6.19 first.
No, we can let's do the
that?
approval of 6.1 to 6.18
Okay.
first.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter, a second by Councilmember Beloga to accept consent business items 6.1 through 6.18. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Walter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And now is 6.19. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is our resolution to accept donations. And so before we do that, I would like to give a special thanks to several organizations in our community who have donated to our public health department, specifically for our senior health event. And so lots of treats and goodies, as well as some toiletry items. So very grateful for those, as well as a variety of donations from residents in our community to the police department, including one $200 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman, and then a variety of treats and food and some pizza, as well as Girl Scout cookies from Girl Scout Troop 17890. So a huge thank you to all of our neighbors and the organizations in Bloomington who continue to contribute month after month to our city departments. And then would also just like to ask city staff to send the appropriate thank yous. And with that, I would move item 6.19.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Martin to accept item 6.19 on tonight's consent calendar. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Councilmember Carter. We will move on to item 7, which is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. And first up is item 7.1, which is a resolution to approve the taxable general obligation tax increment revenue bonds for 8012 Old Cedar Avenue. I believe we're going to hear from our HRA Administrator, Erica Coleman, and our CFO, Lori Economy Scholler, on this one. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Erica Coleman, HRA Administrator. So the request before you is to adopt a resolution approving a third draw of proceeds of the city's taxable general obligation tax increment revenue bonds, Series 2019C, approving amendments to documents executed in connection with the bonds, and approving the execution and delivery of a tax increment pledge agreement at 8012 Old Cedar Avenue. The proposed development at 8012 Old Cedar will be a 4-story, 68-unit multifamily development, 100% affordable at or below 60% area median income. On April 19th of this year, the City Council approved the redevelopment plan, establishment of a housing TIF district for the project area at 8012 Old Cedar, and adopted the TIF plan. When initially proposed to City Council and the HRA, this project included a higher percentage of 50% AMI units. In the interim, the developer has submitted a revised affordable housing plan providing fewer units at 50% area median income. The City Council granted this project plan development flexibility contingent on the high level of affordability initially proposed. Staff remains supportive of the unit mix, specifically because the developer remains committed to providing 30% area median income units, and the entire development remains affordable at 60% AMI. The change is moving 5 50% units to 60% affordable units. The current proposed mix will go before the HRA board tomorrow, June 8th, and will be memorialized in the development agreement if approved. So the HRA is requesting a loan pursuant to revolving loan fund agreement for financing project costs for an affordable housing development at 8012 Old Cedar Avenue by Old Cedar Limited Partnership, an affiliate of Reuter Walton Development, LLC, in the amount of $975,000. This would be the third bond draw. I, Annie Laurie Economy Scholler, the city CFO, are available for questions, as well as Paul Keenan of Reuter Walton, the developer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. Council, any questions? Ms. Economy Scholler, anything to add to this discussion?
Mayor and Council, HRA Administrator Erica Coleman did a great job describing the project and the draw that we are requesting. So I have no further things to add.
Chris, please. All right. Council, any questions? Seeing none, I would look for action on this.
Mayor, I can make the motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to adopt a resolution approving a third draw of proceeds of the city's taxable general obligation tax increment revenue bonds, Series 2019C, approving amendments to documents executed in connection with the bonds, and approving the execution and delivery of a tax increment pledge agreement for 8012 Old Cedar Avenue.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, second by Councilmember Martin, to adopt the resolution as stated regarding the taxable general obligation tax increment revenue bonds for 8012 Old Cedar. Council, additional discussion on this? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. Let's move on to item 7.2, which is a public hearing this evening. And it's a public hearing on the Walzer Toyota Sensors redevelopment, which is at 4401 and 4217 American Boulevard West. Nick Johnson from our planning staff is going to lead us through this. Good evening, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Bussey and members of the council. Indeed, can you see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So there are four elements of this development application before you this evening. We'll go over these different elements in detail later on in the presentation, but these are the basic elements on your screen here. There's a comp plan amendment to re-guide a site, a rezoning as preliminary and final development plans for the project, and then a plat as well. The subject properties that we're talking about this evening is the Walzer Toyota site. They have been before you as recently as a year ago, about this time, to discuss a potential expansion of the Walzer Toyota facility. The new wrinkle on this development plan is that it involves the site of the former Sensors Restaurant at 4217 American Boulevard West. So just to orient folks, this is just south of 494 and just west of France Avenue South. The one thing I'll point out in this aerial photo, certainly you have American Boulevard in the front along the highway. You do have Wanda Miller Pond to the south. There is a single family residential neighborhood to the south of this site, and the Fountain Lake condos is also to the southwest. Otherwise, the remainder of the uses are commercial in nature in the area. This is an oblique image of the existing site. The existing dealership is 50,000 square feet in size. If you see my cursor, it's located in the northwest corner of the Walzer Toyota site. The remainder is surface parking. And then the Sensors Restaurant on the east side is approximately 12,000 square feet. A demolition permit has been issued for that building by the building official. And then there's surface parking in the south of that site. Just a little bit of background. I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole of all the history of what's happened here at these properties, but one element of the history provides important context for some of the staff analysis and what we're bringing forward to you tonight. The Walzer Toyota site was established in 1999. It replaced the Lincoln Dell site. In the mid-2000s, there was multiple applications for expansions put forth by Walzer that the city considered, and the reason that I highlight this application and this expansion is that this too also involved the amendment to the city's comprehensive plan in order to make the Grandma's Saloon and Deli site 4301 American. You can see that building in between Sensors and the Walzer dealership. In order to make that the regional commercial designation, which we'll talk about, which makes it suitable for class 1 and 2 motor vehicle sales and repair. So there's a history behind this type of request. Ultimately, with that process, what originally was approved by the city council, there first was a request for just expanding the surface parking. The city was not supportive of that. One theme that you'll hear throughout my presentation is that in order to support the expansion of these types of uses, we want to see commensurate expansions in building floor area and employment. That's really what provides the public benefit in terms of expansion. So we'll talk a lot about that. For various reasons, ultimately, the Walzer dealership did not expand with this previous expansion. And that's something that we'll talk about in terms of a performance agreement, and something that we very much do not want to see going forward as part of this current request. So just touching on that briefly. More recently, in 2016, there was a new dealership expansion or redevelopment approved. And again, this is just touching on the Walzer site. This does not involve the Sensor site. But in 2016, they put forth a plan from a different designer who proposed to construct a 2-story dealership building in the central portion of the site with an attached 5-story parking ramp along the southern portion of the site. Ultimately, this plan could not go forward because it would not allow or it could not be phased in a way that would keep the Walzer facility in operation during the construction period. That's something that in the more recent design efforts that they've made has been very important to Walzer. They want to ensure that their building and business can remain in operation during construction. And then last year, this 2020 case, as it were, this was final development plans and included rezoning of the Walzer site to the C1 zoning district, which is the appropriate district for car dealers. And we'll talk about that some more. But this was just for the phase 1 of the parking ramp that you see in green. The overall 3-story parking ramp was proposed on the west side of the site. They would construct the southern half in the first phase, then construct the dealership building, then construct the final phase of the 3-story parking ramp. This ultimately is still this is currently still a valid approval. They could pursue this project should they so desire. In this case, the dealership building was around 92,000 square feet in size, and it was a 2-story dealership. So this approval is still on the books. Just from being around the applicant, I know from their perspective that constructing the parking structure in multiple phases does present definitely additional significant expense in terms of mobilization and other things. And I think that the availability and the opportunity with the putting up the sensors property for sale when it ceased operation presented a new opportunity to rethink this project, and that's what they've brought forward to you. So just a note about the sensors property, a little bit of background. This plan development was established in the 1980s with the American Hotel and the Denny's restaurant. So this property is currently in that plan development. The owners of the American and Denny's have submitted letters of consent to remove the sensors property from that plan development based on some, conditions or some, issues that have to remain valid. More importantly, as you can see, this site has shared access. So Denny's and the hotel do gain access through the sensors property that would have to maintain. And they are also proposing to dedicate 19 parking stalls to the plan development to the east in order to keep those properties in compliance with our off-street parking requirements. So those are important elements. And we'll talk about parking a little bit later, just briefly, but there's also an existing 10-stall shared parking easement that goes both ways, both to the hotel and the sensor site at the very southeast corner of the sensors parking lot, and that would remain in place as well. Getting to the comprehensive plan amendment, the sensor site is currently guided community commercial, and that guidance does not allow automobile sales. There's only one category of our commercial land use categories that allows automobile sales, and that's regional commercial. So in order to execute this plan, they would need to extend that regional commercial land use designation over the sensor site. With any request to amend our comprehensive plan, we look at a couple different things. First of all, in terms of does the site meet the locational criteria? This site, the sensor site, does meet the locational criteria for regional commercial. It's close to the highway and is served by an arterial roadway in American Boulevard, a quarter mile to 494. So it meets that locational criteria. And then we also look to what are the goals and strategies of the comprehensive plan. Certainly the comp plan talks about wanting to create a diverse and strong local economy, offering a lot of different local jobs. It talks about, guiding non-residential uses in distinct corridors and nodes for commercial activity. American Boulevard certainly meets that criteria. The comp plan certainly talks about mitigating, land use conflicts. And certainly that's something that land use planning in general strives to do whenever there are conflicts between neighboring land uses. So there are some elements of the kind of existing condition and kind of past zoning actions of the city that speak to that as well. But overall, staff and the Planning Commission in their review are supportive of extending that regional commercial guidance over the sensor site. But again, I hate to ring this bell again and again. It's predicated on the delivery of the full project that Walzer is bringing you tonight. In terms of the rezoning action, similar to the action last year, the sensor site would be proposed to be rezoned to that C1 zoning district, all but the southern 150 feet. Just to reiterate from last year, the southern portions of the site, the 150 feet, is zoned R1. I think that this was a methodology or an attempt to provide greater additional buffering to the residential use to the south, and frankly, it's unbuildable land anyway due to the presence of Wanda Miller Pond and the associated regulations surrounding that. So the rezoning request before you would rezone all but the southern 150 feet of the sensor site. You look to the same arguments that you would with a comprehensive plan amendment I talked about, with the comp plan talked about. One thing I forgot to talk about is public benefit. We also look to public benefit for comp plan amendments and for rezoning requests. That's something that's critical in the city's analysis. And one thing that Walzer has committed to doing, and in your materials in the application, is they are committing to bring to this facility between a range of 150 and 175 jobs associated with this brand new facility. And we'll get to the specifics of the facility in a minute. But overall, what they're proposing to do is relocate their corporate offices for the broader Walzer Corporation and company to offices elsewhere in the metro to this facility here in Bloomington. So certainly there would be expansions of sales and repair area in this facility. But in addition to that, they're proposing to bring a large number of office jobs to this site to support this request. So I apologize for not touching on that with the comp plan amendment, but we also look at public benefit. A large portion of the public benefit analysis in this case is going to be based on the creation of those jobs in this area. One other thing I'll touch on with C1 briefly is that with C1 being the correct, more modern zoning district for car dealerships, one thing that's a key feature of that district is that it does not allow for reductions in floor area ratio below a certain level. And why that's important for car dealers is certainly car dealers, everywhere you go, really value and prize surface parking. And while that might be critical to their operations, it also carries with it other, potential externalities, or does not prioritize highly valuable land along such a high volume corridor such as 494. So the C1 district, by designating it across this full site, kind of helps maintain a certain level of intensity moving into the future, which is what the zoning code seeks for this type of use. So Planning Commission did review this request as well and also did recommend approval. Here's just a slide about that note about FAR. Specifically, the C1 district requires that when you have an expansion of land area associated with these facilities, that expanded land area over the amount of facility they're delivering to you with the expansion must meet a minimum of 0.4. So the area outside of the pond area and the area that they're actually zoning C1, you would divide the increase in the floor area associated with the facility, which is 122,000 square feet, subtracting the existing facility of 50,000. Ultimately, that gets you to an expansion FAR of 0.51. So they're meeting that requirement. The overall floor area ratio of the site would be 0.24 under this new condition. Just talk about phasing really quickly. I made reference to a performance agreement earlier. And the reason why a performance agreement is important, not only due to the history, but also just with how this is proposed to be phased. And again, it ties back to Walzer's desire to remain in operation during construction. So under this current plan, what they would do is they would construct this 3-story parking ramp with roof parking on the east side of the site. That builds in additional automobile parking and inventory into the broader Walzer site. And again, this ramp would be constructed over that sensors portion. Before they would disrupt the more central and area closer to the existing dealership to construct the new dealership. So in this current phasing plan, it's new parking ramp in phase 1 in order to build in more supply and inventory for automobiles, both parking and automobile inventory. Build the new dealership and office building in phase 2. And then once that was complete, they would then demolish the existing dealership building on the west side of the site and convert that into surface parking over on the west. So that's the general phasing plan. Again, I highlighted what the history was in terms of expanding onto new sites, and that's where it takes us to this issue of a performance agreement. To the applicant's credit, they've been responsive to staff's concerns in this regard. Staff has been tried to be very consistent in wanting to see some performance elements as part of this plan. And the applicant did take staff's guidance and did come up with something that we felt we both mutually agreed upon in the form of this performance agreement. And the basic structure of it is that it centers around the use of the sensor site, again, because that's the expansion area, and it takes the form of an interim use strategy and then a permanent use strategy. So under the interim use strategy, in order to qualify for, say they build the parking ramp on the east side, in order to qualify for that, they would then need to apply for the building permit for the new dealership and office building. And they would also have to provide the city with a proof of deposit on major structural elements. Again, that's going to be the steel, that's going to be the exterior building materials, that's going to be a lot of the more high ticket items associated with the dealership and office building. Providing those two things to the city provides them this 2-year window of use in the newly constructed parking ramp on the sensors property, which can be used for automobile sales and inventory storage and those types of things. The permanent use then would kick in after the completion of the dealership and office building. And this would be built into the site development agreement as we're currently structuring it. So it would be elements of that. It's also recommended as a condition of approval just to the overall entitlement. So it really gives the city multiple avenues to kind of pursue and achieve this performance. One thing that's important to the applicant, and again, this goes to the back and forth or collaboration, is that it also includes a provision to allow for some limited amount of extension of that interim use period at the discretion of the community development director. And things that would drive that would be something unforeseen, delays in building materials, global pandemic, who knows what. But more so on the material side of things that are outside of the control of Walzer. Again, they have to prove that they're making substantial progress. So hopefully that provides a reasonable overview of this performance agreement and concept. Walzer is also required to provide written commitments. They've done some of that, which is provided in some of your materials in terms of their commitment to relocate the corporate jobs here to Bloomington. As well as we want to see some information from their financiers, as well as corporate Toyota or Toyota National, which is driving a lot of this process because they have to rebuild their facility because it doesn't meet current Toyota standards. So hopefully that provides a good overview of that piece of it. Getting to the development itself, I showed the phasing plan, so that provided you the basic site plan, but site access approximately remains the same. This western access would be narrowed, but the eastern shared access remains approximately the same. Again, the 3-story parking structure on the east side of the site with roof parking. That's along kind of that shared drive next to the hotel and the Denny's site. Then in the central portion of the site is where you would have the new dealership and office building. The 3-story portion of that building is really in the northern kind of 1/3 or half of that building. It's important to understand that aspect, and we'll talk about building height a little bit as well. But that's the new dealership and office building there in the middle. And then on the west side, as I mentioned before, surface parking. There's some minor issues with code compliance on this design, but it's small cleanup things that we would typically see of any development. This planned development is only seeking 2 deviations, and I'll go over those here in a minute. But otherwise seeking to just come in as code compliant, assuming the rezoning and re-guiding requests can move forward. In terms of the building design, so there you have the 3-story dealership and office building. The front and multiple portions of the building is a glass curtain wall and metal panels. The structure, the parking structure kind of mirrors this design as well. Other portions of the building would be constructed out of architectural concrete panels and quite a bit of glass all around. So typical elements of exterior materials, they have to meet our codes and requirements. The conditions are reflected to reflect as such. Getting to the floor plan, I'll buzz through these pretty quickly, but the first floor would be the main sales and kind of retail customer service area, and then the repair bays are on the south end of the first floor. Hopefully that clears that up. The car wash be located in the southwest corner of the facility. Second floor is space for training and conference areas, as well as employee lockers. Certainly with repair staff and many other staff on site, they have employee lockers and those types of facilities. And then the third floor is the main element, which hasn't been shown in prior in the 2016 plan or the 2020 plan. This added third level is where these corporate office jobs would commence in the top floor. Building height, in addition to the site split zoning, it's also a little bit of a unique site that it has split maximum height designations in the city's official height map. The northern portion of the height is not subject to a height limit, whereas the southern 300 feet is subject to a maximum height of 3 stories and 50 feet. As I mentioned, the top image on your screen is the dealership building. So this is looking at kind of the midpoint and backwards of the east elevation, but you can see the taller portion of the dealership building is just under 50 feet in height, whereas the majority of that building is just under 25 feet in height. So the portion that's on the southern portion of the site is that lower portion of the building. In terms of the parking structure ranges, the elevation you're seeing here would be the west elevation. In the front, it's just under 47 feet in height at the tallest stair tower, kind of elevator area, 57 feet in height. And that's also with, there's a skyway that would be provided on the second level. So that certainly would inform some of that height as well. On the south end of the structure, and this is where it's subject to that 50-foot height limit, it does extend up to 52 feet in height with just a stair tower area. I'll show a slide on that, and that's one of the deviations that they're requesting. But otherwise, the majority of the parking ramp is at 46, a little over 46 feet in height. So otherwise compliant. Parking is not really much of an issue from a compliance standpoint with the facility in terms of supply. There's a massive supply of the amount of parking spaces, and certainly much of that is intended to be automobile inventory, so it's not an issue in terms of ensuring that they have adequate parking. So those numbers are provided in that table. But just to note again that the stalls on the image on the right side of your slide, stalls in yellow is the parking stalls that are being shared with the adjoining property owners in order to get their consent to be removed from the plan development. And they would have to enter into agreements to kind of memorialize the shared access and this sharing of parking. So that's 19 stalls, and that keeps both of those properties in compliance with their parking requirements. That's important to the other owners. And then finally, the stalls identified in orange. I know that's been the subject of, I believe, some council questions and other inquiries, but that's actually an old historical shared parking agreement. And it was part of the agreement on the part of the hotel and Denny's to not want to extinguish that old parking agreement. And so it actually provides the sensor side 10 stalls on the other side of the line, and it provides the orange stalls to the hotel on the sensor side of the line. So that's really where it would remain. In terms of the site plan, I think that this is also a helpful exhibit just to show how much further north the building is moving from the existing pavement southern boundary, so that those orange parking stalls actually represent the southern boundary of the current Sensors parking lot. Much of that parking would be removed in order to provide stormwater management facilities, but it provides a good image of kind of that building moving 70 plus feet to the north in some areas, and then 60 feet on the drive aisles west of there. Get into the two deviations that I'll discuss briefly. Again, if you look at the left side of the screen, what I've outlined there is the compliant portions of the structures in green. So if you look closely, there's just this small little rectangle in red, which is that stair tower for the parking structure. The height map would cap that at 50 feet. The proposed height is 52.5 feet. It's a 262 square feet area in terms of two-dimensionally. So it's a small area. It's a small intrusion into that maximum height. They could comply with the maximum height requirements at that location, but then they would not be able to provide an enclosed stair tower, which does provide some benefits from just a seasonal safety standpoint, but also a security standpoint as well. If you have employees leaving this ramp, during the evening hours, I think they intend to use some of the roof parking for employee parking at times. So it's just a safer public safety solution, as well as just to prevent kind of the slipping or falling if you've got winter seasonal events in an open stair tower. So that's the request. Both staff and planning commission were supportive of this request with respect to a public benefit argument. The other PD request, otherwise the project, again, as I said, intended to come in code complying, has to do with our design standards for parking structures. It's our standards state that vehicle headlights have to be blocked. They're proposing to just provide cable railings on the north and just as it wraps around the northern portion of the parking structure on the east and west elevations. And the reason that they would like to do this is that these spaces are really intended to be automobile kind of display type spaces as it faces out towards 494 and as customers and others else are on site. So these vehicles could move from time to time, but they aren't likely to move frequently. And in addition to that, if there is headlight trespass at this location infrequently, where it would be trespassing to is over Interstate 494. So staff isn't concerned about that. We were supportive of this deviation on the basis that the headlight blocking is provided in all other areas of the ramp as intended by or as required by city code. Planning Commission also supported this deviation. Operational requirements. The city code has some requirements with respect to how these facilities are to be operated, and we're recommending a condition associated with this, that this facility continue to comply with those requirements. With respect to noise, these facilities are not allowed to have public address systems. Their staff should not be using panic alarms to locate vehicles. In addition to that, this always is a factor with car washes. Car washes are subject to our maximum noise requirements in Chapter 10 of the City Code. So it's suggested to the applicant that they ensure that they construct that in a manner, whether it be mitigation or baffling of some kind, that make sure that they're staying under that noise requirement. So there's multiple elements of noise that have to do with these facilities. Vehicle repair, they have to conduct their repair activities inside. They can't do it outside. Storage and display, inventory and other vehicles have to be stored in approved locations. They can't be put in the grass and landscape yards or other things along those lines. Test driving, I know from some of the correspondence we've received that there's some concerns about test driving occurring on local roads in the area. That is not allowed under our ordinance. So if it is occurring, Walzer is, to instruct or to not allow that type of activity. So that's probably just an issue of ongoing compliance, but I want to state clearly that the city's ordinance perspective to these facilities does not allow test driving on local residential roads. Loading and unloading for sites that are not close to residential uses, there are less or no restrictions on when vehicles can be loaded or unloaded. But again, because of the proximity of residential uses in this case, they would be restricted from loading and unloading from these large car transport trucks between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. So it limits when those activities can occur. These are all issues, operational things in city code that certainly require commitment on the part of the operator and oversight on the city's part to try and drive or gain compliance. So this is a continuing issue that we'll be looking at. Planning Commission did review this. They held a public hearing on May 13th. No one spoke at the hearing. The Planning Commission did recommend approval with a minor condition modification with respect to that issue of the cable railings. In terms of public correspondence that we received, we've received 6 total emails. 4 more came in today. Hopefully you received those. But I think for the most part, most of the correspondents are opposed to the expansion of the Walzer facility at this site. And I think the concerns listed range from traffic on American Boulevard West to some kind of operational issues at another property owned by the applicant close to West 80th Street Circle, again, close to that Fountain Lake condos. And then concerns about, wildlife impacts to Wander Miller Pond, stormwater management. Those are continuations of issues that have raised concern out here for a number of years, and certainly understand what is driving that. And as I said before, we've received some reports that some test driving could be occurring in nearby residential areas and some other operational concerns. So all these types of things are, I don't want to paraphrase what the folks wrote. You can read it, but that's kind of a summary or overview. So as I said, Planning Commission staff do recommend approval. There's 5 motions if you would support this application to pursue, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Council questions. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick, sort of a complicated application with a number of moving parts, but nice job in the presentation. Crisp and concise. The one item on the list of comments that you received, and you may not have received this one yet, it came in quite late, but there was an email that I received about 5:45 this evening, and it was compliance with conditions, current conditions of approval. And while it didn't state so, it tended to indicate that Walzer was not complying with the current conditions. Are you aware of any non-compliance matters that are currently outstanding with Walzer?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Beloga. I am not. That doesn't mean that that I'm the end all be all on that. What I can say is that our environmental health staff, we've specifically inquired about this site and they don't have any outstanding code enforcement cases open on this facility. They haven't received any lighting complaints. I know has been another particular issue of focus in the last 6 years or so, is what I got back from Lynn Moore. So I'm not aware of any specific issues of non-compliance. I know there's also been concerns about cutting of trees along that berm, along the southern edge of the property. They did plant some material there as part of some of their expansions in the mid 2000s. The majority of that material was alive upon my inspection last year. But frankly, I mean, the density of that berm is it's quite intense, and there's a lot of buckthorn and other type of vegetation that I'm sure provides a good screen, but also makes it difficult for other material to thrive in that area. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. But no, the short answer is I'm not aware of any specific conditions of approval that Walzer is currently out of compliance in.
Thank you. And the other question that I received is with respect to, which you did note on the laundry list of items, is test driving on local streets. Do we know what Walzer's current policy is regarding test drives? Are they including a salesperson when a customer goes out, or is a customer given access to the vehicle and then drives where they so choose, irrespective of what instructions they may receive from the sales party?
Yeah, Councilmember Beloga, I'm not knowledgeable of Walzer's specific procedural requirements for test driving. I would look to their applicant or representative to speak to that.
Okay, so we'll just pen that and ask the applicant to speak for that later. Thank you much.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Nick, I'm hoping you can help me understand the FAR things. There was some discussion in the applicant's letter or the architect's letter that they wanted to include parking in the calculation of the floor area ratio. Is that included in the numbers that you provided?
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Nelson. It is not. Our definition for floor area ratio does not include those areas, much to Mr. Phillips's chagrin. But
Okay.
no, and they still meet the requirement anyway, so I think it's a moot point.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And then the numbers that you showed that overall the project has a FAR of 0.24, but then there was another thing that you said was an expansion FAR of 0.51. Can you help me understand that a little bit better? So my understanding was that this zoning district would need that to be over 0.4 for the entire property, but I'm apparently wrong in that understanding.
Yeah, Councilmember Nelson, when it's the case of an expansion of land area, we interpret the code to mean that the area of land being added to the site that is zoned C1, there has to be a commensurate amount of floor area being added to the site, which would be a minimum of 0.4. So that's how the code deals with expansions. If they had to bring the whole facility up into a 0.4, it would be a very substantial expansion in order to meet that requirement.
So then how does that factor in the fact that the sensors lot already has, or I guess based on social media, had a building on it? Did that also get subtracted out and calculated into the expansion?
Councilman Nelson, it would not, because it's not floor area as part of a auto dealership. A restaurant would be subject to different standards, and frankly, I don't think we can use that. It certainly can be a point of analysis for whether or not to support the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning requests, where the code aspect of it is not explicit and clear. But the code does talk about just using the floor areas of the proposed motor vehicle sales facilities. It doesn't talk about reductions based on what was on the site previously.
Okay. And do you know, and this may be more a question that the applicant can ask or answer, but why is there so much extra parking? I mean, every other thing we've seen recently is always like asking for a parking reduction. They're claiming they don't need that much parking. And this has like twice as much parking as they need.
Yeah, Councilor Nelson, I welcome the applicant's perspective on that, but they are clearly desiring to build in a large amount of auto inventory into this site for their sales activities. And I'd be remiss to say that, you know, Walzer is not a one facility operator. They operate facilities across the metro and across the country.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So just really one quick question around this plan development deviation with the cable railings. Long term, any concerns from a staff perspective? You know, if this site were utilized, you know, for something different, you know, like a hotel or some other type of use long term. We know that the environment in the marketplace is changing for car dealerships. Any concerns regarding that or a way to remedy that for very future councils?
Yeah, Councilmember Lohman, I mean, with respect to any redevelopment of this site for a different use, say, like as you said, a hotel or an office wanted to be constructed on this property and make use of the ramp, you know, that entitlement or that zoning approval process would be an opportunity to gain compliance for this ramp. It's something that certainly could be retrofitted in, I believe. I'm not an architect, but I think that that's certainly possible. I mean, the point of consideration for staff is that the risk is relatively low here, right? So the nuisance characteristic, what we're really trying to prevent is nuisance characteristic of lights shining on adjacent properties. You know, the closest adjacent property across from this ramp is across 494. It's such a great distance that the light trespass nuisance associated with it risk is quite low. So that future zoning approval would certainly be an opportunity. But we're also looking at it in a risk analysis, and it's just not a high risk here from our perspective.
Certainly, I can certainly understand that. Of course, I would think if this site got redeveloped, there may be additional buildings being added, and there may be, and that's kind of the piece that I'm kind of thinking about. I mean, no reason to think about that now. I accept the full risk, but I just wanted to ask that question for future councils. If they find themselves, you know, where we try to redevelop that space or that area and add additional buildings or different use.
Council, anything additional before we get to, I'd like to call the applicant forward to try and answer a couple of questions. I do have one question, Mr. Johnson. So I like the idea of this performance agreement and the steps that need to be taken. I don't see anywhere, and perhaps I'm just not looking in the right spot, but I mean, what is the consequence if they don't meet that performance agreement?
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. That's a good question. Ultimately, this is going to take it form. There's the conditions of approval associated or attached to the zoning approval. So they would be out of compliance with their required conditions of approval with respect to the development. But I think where the real penalties, if you will, or kind of where do we go from here? I think that is likely to take form in the provisions that ultimately would be adopted as part of this site development agreement. So I think that's something that's probably more in the legal side of that lane. But from a community development's perspective, if they're out of compliance with respect to those conditions of approval, I mean, that would govern, every zoning request or activity that they attempt to do moving forward. The city could issue orders that the ramp be cleared of automobile inventory if it's not allowed to be used for automobile sales, technically. But I think the penalties would likely be spelled out in the development agreement.
And I'd be curious to hear that, because it just wasn't clear, as I said, in the materials and just in the conversation. I just wasn't exactly clear as to what that might be. Council, do we have any additional questions? If not, I heard two specific questions for our applicant. And Ms. Wilson, can we bring the applicant on board here, or someone to speak for to the questions that were brought forward here?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that Bill Griffith represents the applicant and he is on the line and able to unmute himself.
Good evening, Mr. Griffith. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually on for a later item, so I'm not representing this.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Nick, did you have someone you were expecting for?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I would expect David Phillips, Don Schilling, or potentially Jake Steen, up to and maybe including Andrew Walzer. I don't know. I believe it was Dave Phillips, the architect, and Don Schilling, who is an executive with Walzer.
Yep, those two individuals are now on and can unmute themselves.
Mr. Schilling? Good evening.
I think I'm here.
Very good. You are here. Welcome. So
well, Mr. Mayor, member of the council, we're excited to bring this for consideration tonight. And I know you have two questions, one of which is related to the road testing in neighborhood streets. What I can tell you is part of our employee handbook, we have a prescribed route for each one of our stores, regardless of what city we operate in. The employees are trained on that and they adhere to those routes. What I'm hearing though is that if we've got some neighbors that are experiencing that type of road testing in their area, the answer could be the fact that once COVID hit, the customers have been taking unattended road tests. So that could be an unintended consequence of that fallout. But by policy, they're prohibited from driving in neighborhood streets in Bloomington and any other city we do business in. But I would have to ask, I don't know how much coaching they're doing with the customers before they take a car out on road test.
So the Walzer policy is to include the salesperson in the car with a potential buyer, and they have a prescribed route that they're expected to follow. Is that correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Okay, and there may have been some deviation because of COVID if salespeople were not on board or going along with them.
That's correct.
Very good. The second question that we had from one of our council members was regarding the amount of parking requested.
Don, do you want me to handle it?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
This is Dave Phillips. I'm the architect here. The parking on this site is commensurate with the size of the building. First of all, the upper deck of the ramp is about 240 vehicles, and that will be for employee parking, both corporate and.
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, yes. Can I interrupt for just a second? And we're getting kind of a distorted sound quality. If we could ask if you would back off from the microphone, whatever microphone you're working, just a little bit, because it's getting distorted.
Is this better?
Yes, that's maybe even a little bit more, and then it'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the parking ramp altogether holds approximately 1,000 vehicles. Of those, the upper deck, approximately a quarter of them, would be employee parking that would leave that deck clear at night in the winter for snow plowing. You have to snow plow that like a surface lot. We are doubling the size of the dealership facility itself, and that's doubling the number of service bays, the number of write-up bays to handle the service, sales area. Currently, the site holds approximately 700 vehicles. When we're done, we will double it, but we're adding, 150 corporate jobs, typically one person per car on those, maybe two people, and we need to have that inventory to literally pay for the size and scale of this dealership. It will be the largest with the ramp and the dealership, will be double the largest dealer in town. I built the Minnetonka BMW, which probably, if you combine the ramp and the dealership, will be the second largest. I also did the BMW in Bloomington and the Richfield Audi. This is bigger than both the Bloomington BMW and the Richfield Audi combined. So you have to have an inventory of cars, new and used, in order to support the facility and the number of jobs. We'll as indicated, we'll be greatly increasing the jobs on this site. And the service jobs, for instance, are newly created jobs. They aren't relocated jobs. Same way with the increased sales staff. So the parking is dictated by the number of cars we have to sell every month.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Phillips. Council, any questions of our applicants, either Mr. Schilling or Mr. Phillips? I don't hear anyone coming forward.
Mayor, I just have a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson, you were off my screen. I apologize. Councilmember Nelson.
No problem at all. Next week it'll go much smoother, I'm sure. So, just quick follow-up question on the parking. There was a comment somewhere in the information we had that maybe one of these floors or one of the stories of the parking structure would not be built. Is that accurate? Is there consideration of building one less story on that, and what would be the reasons for doing that?
I can, that was earlier on that we had that, State Phillips again, I'll back up. I can tell you today that the entire parking ramp is being produced at Wells Concrete. We are just finished approving all the shop drawings. It will be 3 tiers and the roof parking as you see in the full size here. We're not eliminating a deck on there. So it will have the full 1,000 cars. If you add that, in your floor area ratio, the parking ramp alone is about 250,000 square feet on there. But it's all ordered. It's underway. We expect delivery into September, October. The precast will be cast and ready to start coming to the site. We ordered it last October to get it this October.
As someone in a much smaller scale of building, I appreciate that concern. So that's a heck of a lead time for a material.
Yes.
But I just want to make it clear to my colleagues, the reason that I asked the question is I'm just concerned that might get scaled down in exchange for the surface parking on the west side of this lot. And it seems to me in a certain way, I know that previous councils didn't support the surface parking at the center site, but now the surface parking is just put onto the west side of the site. Sorry, I don't know if that's my computer or not. So I just want to make sure that parking structure gets built as designed in order to ensure that there is the parking there because of the previous council's concerns about surface parking, and there seems to be substantial amount of parking and a substantial amount of surface parking on the west side of the plan. And I would not want to see that be used instead of building that additional ramp or story. It sounds like that is the plan. I don't know how we ensure that that actually happens in terms of maybe that's part of the performance agreement as well. That would be the only concern I would raise at this point.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Mr. Johnson? Help me here on the, at what point are we formalizing the expectations of the number of floors on the parking ramp?
Again, it's ordered as shown with the 3 levels plus the roof parking. It's in a non-cancelable contract with Wells for just under $8 million. And we have a non-cancelable contract with the general contractor to finish the rest of the property. It's under contract. We've been waiting for this meeting tonight. They'll start making it tomorrow. We've spent over $500,000 just on the shop drawings for this parking ramp. All I can do is assure you it's ordered. We can show the staff the contracts for it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate that. Council, any additional questions? If not, this is a public hearing. And I would like to open tonight's public hearing on item 7.2, which is the Walzer Toyota Sensors redevelopment at 4401 and 4217 American Boulevard West. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on item 7.2?
Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nora, do we have any callers that wish to speak on agenda item 7.2?
We don't have any caller who would like to speak for the agenda 7.2.
Do we have any callers on the line at this time?
Hello?
Yes.
We don't have any callers at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If we have no callers on the line, Council, I'd look for a motion to close tonight's public hearing on item 7.2.
So moved.
Second, Beloga.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on item 7.2. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. So, Council, thoughts on this? We have a number of different things to talk about. As Councilmember Beloga said, it was an in-depth presentation. There's a lot of moving parts to this. Thoughts or opinions as we move forward on this? If not, I would look for action if we don't have any further discussion on this, Council.
Mayor, I can make these motions.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see here. In this case, I will move that we adopt the resolution approving a comprehensive plan map amendment to re-guide 4217 American Boulevard West from community commercial to regional commercial.
Second.
We have a
Carter.
motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the resolution approving the comprehensive plan map amendment to re-guide 4217 American Boulevard West from community commercial to regional commercial. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. In this case, I will move that we adopt an ordinance rezoning 4217 American Boulevard West, except the southern 150 feet thereof from CS 0.5 PD to C1 PD.
Second. Carter.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Carter to rezone 4217 American Boulevard West. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you again, Mayor. In this case, I will move that we adopt a resolution authorizing summary publication of an ordinance rezoning 4217 American Boulevard West, except the southern 150 feet thereof from CS.5 to C1 PD.
Second, Carter.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Carter for summary publication. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, in this case, having been able to make the required findings, I move that we approve preliminary and final development plans for a 3-story, approximately 122,000 square foot motor vehicle sales and office facility with a 3-story parking structure with roof parking subject to the conditions and code requirements attached to the staff report.
Second, Beloga.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the preliminary and final development plans. No further council discussion.
Mayor, I just got a quick.
Councilmember Nelson.
So this motion specifically states a number of stories on that for the parking structure. So I think that satisfies my concerns. I just wanted to ask Mr. Johnson if that was, or maybe you yourself, Mayor, if that satisfies the concern I raised, that we actually get that built and that they review the information from Walzer that that's actually what's going to get built. Again, my concern is they have excessive, or they have a lot of parking, and it seems like a lot of it is surface parking on the west, and maybe that part could be used for something else if they don't need that much parking ultimately.
Understand your concern, Councilmember Nelson, and I'll ultimately defer to Mr. Johnson here, but it's the way I read it, the preliminary and final development plans call for a 3-story, 122,000 square foot motor vehicle sales and office facility with a 3-story parking structure.
Mayor Bussey, did you want me to provide just a quick point on that matter?
I would appreciate that, Mr. Johnson, please.
Yeah, condition number 33 of, which is an ongoing condition that the final development plans are subject to. If you can locate condition number 33, it states that the permanent use and allowance is only after issuance of certificate of occupancy for a dealership and office building consistent with the plans approved in case file, PL 2021-42. So what that means to me, and I'm pretty sure our city attorney would agree, is that they have to deliver the project as it's shown in the approved plans. And you're approving it to this evening with that 3rd-story deck. It would be staff's interpretation that that is part of the approved plans, and that's the direction we would carry forth.
That satisfies me. Thank you.
Ms. Mandershad, you want to put all of our concerns to rest here? Is that the case? Is that your reading of this as well?
Yes. Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Are you comfortable with that, Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary and final development plans. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin, you want to bring us on home here with this one?
I will. Mayor, I will move that in this case, having been able to make the required findings, we approve the preliminary plat and adopt the resolution approving the final plat of PA Walzer 2nd Edition, subject to the conditions and code requirements listed in the resolution.
Second, Beloga.
Got a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the preliminary plat and the final plat. No further council discussion on this? Hearing none, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So, Mr. Schilling, Mr. Phillips, thank you very much for your work with staff. I know a lot of work did go into this, and looking forward to seeing what comes up out of the ground there. It's an exciting development. Mr. Johnson, thanks for your work on this. I know this was a lot of moving parts and a lot of stuff, so I appreciate your work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you much. We can move on to our second public hearing of the evening. This public hearing is a vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easements at 3700, 3750, and 3800 American Boulevard East and 7901 34th Avenue South. Mr. Keel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an item that is related to Rosa Development, a development project that you have previously decided to allow to go forward, and it's associated with the plat. So these vacations will allow the plat to be filed, and new easements in the appropriate spots will be filed as part of the new plat. Rather routine action, and we're bringing it to you with a recommendation of approval.
Council, any questions? As Mr. Keel said, this is a rather routine bit of business here. No council questions, so I will open the public hearing. This is a public hearing regarding the vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easements at 3700, 3750, 3800 American Boulevard, and 7901 34th Avenue. This is item 7.3. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who wishes to speak to item 7.3?
Nora, do we have any callers that wish to speak on agenda item 7.3?
We don't have any callers who would like to speak for the 7.3 agenda.
No callers at all on the line, or just nobody that's pressed *1?
No caller at this time. We don't have anyone on the teleconference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, no one coming forward electronically to speak on this issue. I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 7.3.
So moved, Councilmember Lohman.
Second, Beloga.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on item 7.3. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing on item 7.3. Council, any further discussion on this one? If not, I would look for a motion.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and offer that motion.
Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I'll offer a motion as it is written in the motion sheet for 7.3, vacation of the public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easement of 7300, 7350, and 3800 American Boulevard East, 7901 34th Avenue South, place 20210094.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Beloga.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Beloga, to approve the vacation of the public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easements as described in the staff materials. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 7.4, where similarly it is a public hearing regarding the vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, bikeway, and street easements. This for 2501 and 2601 American Boulevard East and 2600 Lindau Lane. Mr. Keel.
Thank you, Mayor. Like the last one, this is a routine release of easements associated with the replatting of the property, but this one has to do with the SIC development within the South Loop area. Like the last one, it's a rather routine action, and we are recommending approval.
Council, any questions? Hearing none, we will open the public hearing on item 7.4. A public hearing on the vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, bikeway, and street easements 2501 and 2601 American Boulevard East and 2600 Lindau Lane. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who wishes to speak to item 7.4?
Nora, have we picked up any callers? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on agenda item 7.4?
We don't have any callers right now, Chris.
Thank you.
We have no one on the line, council. I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Martin.
Second, Beloga.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on item 7.4. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Bloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Public hearing is closed. Council, anything else to add to this discussion? If not, I would look for action.
Mayor, I can make that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I will move that in the interest of the public to approve the vacation of public drainage, utilities, sidewalk, bikeway, and street easements within Lot 1, Block 1, Bird and Cronin Edition, Lot 1, Block 1, RE Murray First Edition, Lot 2, Block 1, Alpha Business Center. Let's see here. Is recommended with the adoption of the ordinance approving the vacation of said public easements.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the vacation as stated, and also adopting the resolution authorizing summary publication is the other part of that we just want to make sure we get officially on the record. Council, any additional conversation on this? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. So to clarify, are you moving both the ordinance and the summary of publication resolution in this motion?
The way I have it written, it looks like it's all in one, unless Ms. Manderscheid, unless I'm speaking incorrectly here.
Mayor, members, on the request for council action, it's listed as two separate motions. The difference, the reason that we separate this out is that there are different vote requirements for adopting the ordinance as compared to the resolution for summary publication. In this instance, you could do it together. I suspect it's going to pass.
We can certainly separate it out as we typically do as well. I just saw it written, it was all included in the same paragraph, but we can certainly separate that out as we typically do, so let's not break precedence with that. So the motion was made to approve the vacation of the public drainage, utility, sidewalk, bikeway, and street easements at the address as listed in the staff report, and that will be the motion, that was the motion that Councilmember Martin made. And we had a second on that as well. Any further discussion? Thank you for your help on that, Ms. Christensen, for setting me straight once again. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Thank you. Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And now, Councilmember, I think was it Councilmember Martin, summary publication.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going for a personal record of motions tonight. I will move that we adopt a resolution authorizing summary publication of the ordinance vacating said public easements.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga for summary publication. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 for summary publication. Moving on to item 7.5, which is an ordinance for stormwater pond aeration permit code amendments. And this was continued from our May 10th, 2021 council meeting. And staff has requested that we table this item, amending Chapter 16 until next week's meeting on June 14th. Just a little bit more conversation to be had with the folks who are working on this and concerned about this. And so, Councilmember Coulter?
Yeah, Mayor, just a quick, what some might call Lohman-esque question here. Is the proper motion to table it or continue it? I'm pretty sure it's continue it according to our rules. And
Ms.
I know we've
Mandershine,
gotten confused on this, so I want to be clear that we're being consistent.
Ms. Mandershine, I'm reading what you wrote, so I'll trust you. Ms. Mandershine?
Just point of clarification, I did not write that motion. But I'm quickly skimming. I'm trying to remember where we are procedurally in this. We've held the public hearing, voted to close the public hearing, and then we have tabled action on it. And we tabled it to a date certain. So again, what we talked about when we talked about the rules of procedure is the Roberts rules treat tabling and continuing in slightly different ways. The most important thing is that we're all clear here. And I believe the goal of this motion that Brian Greedo put together is to continue the discussion, postpone the discussion for 1 week until June 14th so they can continue to have some conversations with the neighborhood.
Well, I enjoy getting hung up on semantics as much as the next person, but I think that's clear for everyone. I just wanted to ask the question.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Coulter.
Mayor, I'd be happy to move this.
Councilmember Lohman.
Mayor, I move to postpone this item, amending Chapter 16, Section 16.03, 1611, and 1612 of the Bloomington City Code related to the stormwater pond aeration permit and removing the stormwater pond aeration policy procedure to June 14th, 2021 City Council meeting.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Coulter to put off this item until next week's meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. For the official record, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to keep it as table the item.
I think that's wonderful.
I think that Councilmember Lohman actually said postpone, so that would be most accurate. That's what the motioner said, but
I appreciate that because it's postponed.
All right, I will postpone. Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
I know this is a tough one. I was okay with tabling. I was okay with delaying, but I don't know about postponing. This is really difficult. So, but I don't know. Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We'll be back at that ordinance on the stormwater pond aeration permit code amendments next week. Our final item under section 7 here is item 7.6, which is a resolution offering terms for amendment to agreement with the Bloomington Haulers LLC to incorporate organics collection. And just for clarification here, this is not officially a public hearing, but we will be taking public comment on this piece tonight. We've got a few folks with us tonight. Laura Horner, our Public Works Project Coordinator, Ellen Bielis, our Public Works Deputy Director, I believe Mr. Tim Sandry, our Sustainability Commission Chair, is here as well. Good evening to all and welcome.
Good evening, council members. Chris, was Commissioner Sandry able to join the meeting?
I do not see Chair Sandry on the line. No.
Okay. Laura, why don't you kick it off then, and we can catch up with Commissioner Sandry when he's able to join.
I believe you may be on mute.
Thank you.
There you
For
go.
my clarification, does the public comment start in the beginning, or should we proceed with the presentation?
Why don't we do the presentation first, then we'll go to the public comment or the public, the public comment after the presentation.
Sure. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Horner. I'm the Public Works Project Coordinator, and we're here tonight to share information with you regarding are planning for residential curbside organics recycling. As you may recall, in an effort to divert more from the waste stream, the county revised and passed their Ordinance 13 in 2018. And that ordinance requires cities with more than 10,000 people to make curbside organics recycling service available to all households by January 1 of 2022. And cities can meet that ordinance requirement through contracting citywide or requiring haulers to make the service available upon request through a licensing requirement. The Joint Solid Waste Working Group of City Council and Sustainability Commission met twice in January and February of this year to review research and discuss the key program decisions for how organics will be made available to residents here in Bloomington. That group then made a formal recommendation on those key decisions to provide the service through contracting citywide that was shared with full council in March. And council then approved the recommendation and authorized staff to begin negotiations with the consortium on the scope of services and pricing. That solid waste working group then met again on May 12th to review the negotiated scope of service and rate, and made a formal recommendation to approve that scope and rate. So this evening, we will review that negotiated scope and rate with the full council, and we are asking that council approve a resolution to allow us to formalize an amendment to our agreement with the consortium to add curbside organics recycling service. So to begin with, tonight we wanted to share with you some more information about that negotiation process with the haulers. After council approved the scope of services, it was then sent to the haulers in March. And the haulers then held their own meetings to discuss that scope of work and brought forward some initial questions and concerns to the city in early April. We held an initial meeting with them to discuss those questions and the scope and made a few modifications that met both the city and the haulers' needs. The haulers then sent pricing in mid-April, which we initially rejected. We shared with the consortium what we expected in terms of participation in the organics recycling program, the tonnages of material that we would receive, and the pricing based on well-established programs in other cities. And that information was helpful to ensure that our scope of services and the pricing for it was competitive. The consortium then met again as a group and reformulated their pricing, and they came back to us with the lower price using a tiered system that we will share with you in a few slides here.
Excuse me, Laura?
Sure.
Did you have a presentation? Were you reading from a presentation? Because we're not seeing any slides right now.
Oh, I apologize. I do have a presentation. Are you seeing any screen?
I'm not right now.
There you go.
And there we are.
Sorry about that. This is more entertaining, hopefully.
Thank you for doing that.
Mostly just text. So, where I'll start with now is going into that scope of services that we have negotiated with the consortium. As you will recall from our previous meetings, the Solid Waste Working Group spent time discussing if the program should be an all-pay program or a subscription service, the method of collection for the organics, and then how the cart should be delivered. So the scope of services that we sent to the consortium in March included that all-pay model, using carts that are collected weekly on the same day as your garbage, with carts delivered to all households with an opt-out period ahead of time. In the negotiated scope as of today, that all-pay model and the carted method has not changed. However, the haulers did have some concerns related to rolling out carts to all households. Some of their concerns regarding delivering carts to all households with that opt-out period ahead of time were related to both how the organics carts would be used and then the overall cost of the service. They shared information with us that contamination in organics poses a significant problem for commercial composting facilities, as it can make that finished product, the compost, unmarketable and lower quality. Therefore, the commercial composting facilities do actively monitor the loads of material that come into the facilities, and they can reject loads that are contaminated. So if carts are delivered to all households with the opt-outs ahead of time, there is a higher likelihood that some households might not use the carts correctly, and the material brought to the commercial composting facilities could be contaminated and rejected and then ultimately processed as garbage rather than processed into compost. We can work with the haulers to monitor contamination at the curb to a degree, but the haulers strongly recommended delivering carts to households who request one, as the likelihood of contamination is then significantly lower. The other concern the haulers had was related to the price for a delivery to all residents. They let us know that delivering carts to all households would result in a higher monthly cost for residents due to the capital costs involved in purchasing more carts, and the cost of routing drivers for the whole city rather than only stops that are signed up for the service. Given those concerns the haulers shared with us in our meetings, we did ask them to still provide us with two prices for delivering carts to all households and delivering carts upon request that we could share with the solid waste working group and full council to ultimately make the decisions. In our meetings with the solid waste working group, we did not spend much time reviewing the other elements included in our scope of services on things like studies the haulers will provide and how they will be checking for contamination. So I will not go through each of these scope of service items in detail tonight, but there are other areas in the scope that we spent a fair amount of time discussing with the consortium. And after reviewing our ultimate goals in each of these areas, we were able to make some modifications that still meet our service needs and also meet the consortium's priorities. So unless anyone has any specific questions on these items, I'll move on to the pricing based on the agreed upon scope of services.
Council, any questions to this point? I do not see any hands, but if I'm missing somebody on a screen, chime in if you have a question, please. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. Please continue.
Thanks. So with that negotiated scope in mind, the haulers quoted us pricing for the service. And as I mentioned earlier, we received initial pricing from the haulers that we felt was much too high based on pricing seen in other communities. And we rejected that initial pricing and met with the consortium to share research related to what we anticipated the pricing should look like. The pricing we received on April 26th is more competitive, and the haulers restructured the rates into different participation tiers. And by using the tiered system, they are able to offer better pricing based on the number of residents who would request a cart. So the pricing for homeowners up to 50% participation is $5.10 per month. That increases to $5.45 per month if over 50% up to 70% of homeowners have carts. And we would renegotiate if over 70% of homeowners have carts. We anticipate in the initial years of the program that we are likely to have a 25 to 35% participation rate. We do not foresee reaching higher than 50% participation rate throughout the remaining 4.5 years of this contract. The city with the oldest organics program in Minnesota is Minneapolis, whose program began in 2015, and they have just reached their 50% participation rate this year. And then they did also provide pricing for delivering carts to all households, and that price is roughly $3 more expensive than the option one. And again, that is due to the capital cost of purchasing carts and the differences in routing needs. So that pricing was $8.50. So as you can see on this slide, based on the cities with all pay programs in the metro, we do think the rates we've received is competitive with what we are seeing in surrounding communities. I wanted to point out the pricing in Richfield. They are in the process of organizing collection, and they will have a negotiated contract with the consortium like we do in Bloomington. The contract in Richfield is not signed yet, but the pricing and program elements were shared at the City Council meeting in May. As you can see, our pricing is slightly lower than what they negotiated with Richfield, and it uses a similar tiered approach. So given this pricing we've received, the rate that they are offering to us for carts on request, we do think is competitive, and we would recommend moving forward with that rate as negotiated. The other piece of the program that we shared with the Solid Waste Working Group and wanted to share with full council this evening is our initial estimated program costs for city administration and education, as well as some supplies like certified compostable plastic bags and finished compost that we could consider providing residents to increase participation in the program. Those program expenses can be largely covered by an annual grant we will be receiving from Hennepin County for organics recycling, as shown on the slide here. So our preliminary estimate at this time is that this would be about 20 cents per month, and we will be working further to refine these costs over the summer. So on this slide here, we wanted to give you an idea of what that rate would look like with less than 50% of households participating, which is what we anticipate we would be paying haulers throughout the remainder of the contract. Again, this is an estimated rate at this time, just to give you an idea of what that rate could look like. And more work will need to be done to define some of those city administration and education expenses. And then we would come back to council for full approval of this rate when we set utility rates in the last quarter of the year. I also wanted to share with you this evening some of the community engagement we have done to date. We do have a Let's Talk Bloomington page up and running. This went live in April, and we had a survey open until May 15th. We also have frequently asked questions up on the site and a place for residents to ask questions and have them answered publicly on the site for more to learn. The program has also been highlighted in several briefing articles on the website and through social media. For the survey, we had about 950 residents take the survey, and based on those results, about 80% of the respondents indicated they're likely to use the program. However, we do know that this group includes a lot of our built-in organics champions who are excited for us to get started. So we don't expect to see that 80% participation initially. I also wanted to share in our survey, we asked residents if they would be interested in being featured in any of our program promotions to highlight local stories. And we had over 200 residents express interest in participating in that. And we think this will also be a great way to encourage participation through residents. And we've received several good questions on the question tool and think this is a good way for residents to learn more about the program, as we know that this will be new for several residents. And we will continue to keep this page up to date as the program continues. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we did bring this scope and rate to the Solid Waste Working Group last month. And that group had a very good conversation about the scope and the rate, particularly related to the cart rollout piece, as this is a change from the scope that was originally approved by council in March. The group reevaluated the disadvantages and advantages of a cart opt-out versus an opt-in approach, and did recommend accepting the rates for delivering carts to households that opt in and accepting the negotiated scope of services. So again, this evening, we are asking for council to approve a resolution to authorize staff to formalize the amendments to the agreement with the consortium to include curbside organics recycling service. And if we do receive that approval tonight, we would move forward on this schedule as indicated here. We have adjusted this schedule slightly after conversations with the haulers to consider beginning a rollout a bit later into the first quarter of 2022. And this is really to set the program up for more success by avoiding a rollout over the holidays and winter weather delays that could make that rollout right in the heart of winter a bit more challenging. We have been working with Hennepin County on this, and they have indicated they would be willing to work with us on a little bit of a later start date, as they know that we are really moving forward in good faith and getting a program up and running in early 2022. So with that, at this time, Deputy Director Bialis and Chair Sandry, if he is on the line at this time, we are happy to answer any other questions you may have. Otherwise, as I mentioned, we did include the resolution in council packet for approval.
And I do think that Chair Sandry did make it into the meeting. Chair Sandry, would you like to just say a few words and wrap up?
Yes, and I apologize for having a number of technical difficulties here, but I think I am connected now. So Mayor Bussey and council members, I'm here to lend support to the Sustainability Commission, to the staff's request to approve the resolution that will allow the city of Bloomington to formalize an agreement with the Holler Consortium that will enable us to move forward with implementing curbside organic collection in 2022. And again, the whole objective behind this is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As you know, food-related trash makes up at least 25% of the non-recyclable solid waste stream and is currently sent to the Hennepin County burner, along with other trash. But because food waste has a very high water content, it does not really burn well and makes the Hennepin County burner much less efficient, thereby generating higher levels of greenhouse gas emissions. And the environmentally preferred solution is to collect organics separately, compost them, and essentially return them to the earth from which they originated. At its May 12th meeting, the Solid Waste Working Group, made up of both council members and commission members, reviewed the scope of services and rates that was negotiated with the Holler Consortium, and made a formal recommendation to the council to approve the scope and rate, which is contained in the proposed amendment to the contract with the Holler Consortium. And in addition, the Solid Waste Working Group is asking that once the amendment to the contract has been signed, that staff be authorized to begin working on implementation. So that's what I was going to say at the very beginning of the presentation. So we just kind of flip things around a little bit.
Well, thank you, Chair Sandry. Just as relevant now. It's just as relevant at the end of the conversation as well. Council, any questions regarding the presentation or regarding where we are with our planning toward organics recycling here? So a general question, not specifically to us, but I think more general. So the Hennepin County requirement applies to cities, any city over 10,000 residents, correct? So
that's correct. Oh, sorry.
So the examples that you keep using, I mean, we keep saying the same examples. Are other cities moving along on this? Is Plymouth, is Minnetonka, is Orono? I mean, there are plenty of cities in Hennepin County above 10,000. Have they started this process as well, or are we comparing ourselves to St. Louis Park or Richfield just because they're neighbors, or is there?
Sure. Mayor and council members. So the requirement allows cities to meet the ordinance allows cities to meet that requirement in a few different ways. For cities with population over 10,000, you can simply require haulers to provide organics recycling service through a license, or provide the service citywide through a contract. So at this time, I do know that Richfield is going forward with requiring this through a citywide contract, and Golden Valley is also in the process of requiring this through a citywide contract. There are several cities that still have open hauling that are considering adding this through a hauler licensing requirement. I think some are open hauling for garbage and organized for recycling. And I know Plymouth is in that boat as well as Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center are going to be requiring that through the hauler licensing requirement. So the examples of cities we have right now are really only cities that have programs up and running with pricing that we can use to kind of compare what competitive rates would be.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We're pushing the halfway mark in the year already here, and so I'm surprised we haven't heard more about it with other cities and the work that's going on there. Council, any questions here?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I've seen my hand up there, so I figured to speak up. Had a question for staff members Horner and Bialis. So will this resolution allow for the separate rates that I proposed with you in our meeting that we had before? I'm not really clear with this. I had made a recommendation that we bring forward different rates around these organics. And before I support this, I want to be sure that that is a part of this resolution. And I didn't see it here, so help clarify that for me, how that would work when you're doing the negotiations.
Sure, Mayor and Councilmember Logan, this resolution will authorize staff to formalize the amendment to the agreement with the haulers. So it will formalize the rates that we're paying the haulers as presented tonight. And we will continue to do more work and research on how we might consider structuring our solid waste rates to incentivize more participation in organics and a reduction in your trash cart size that we would bring forward to council later on in the year with our the process of approving our utility rates. So that would come later, and we are still continuing to look at that.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that I'm not agreeing to not do that by doing this. So thank you for clarifying that for me. I would just want to be sure I'm straight on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions from the council?
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. When we last discussed this, I think it was when we last discussed it, we had indicated that we did still have the option, or potentially would have the option, for an RFP. Can I get any feedback on your assessment of whether or not we should be considering that option based on the pricing, based on the opt-in nature of the program, or based on any other factors going into this, if the recommendation would be to open this up to a more of a market-based system?
Sure. Mayor and Councilmember Nelson, we did, I think the scope of services as negotiated is something that we do believe is competitive in the world we're seeing right now in organics pricing and the type of service we're requesting. So at this time, we would recommend moving forward with that, since it is in line with pricing and services in other communities. You are correct that we would still have the option to pursue an RFP process if that's something that council felt would be a better service for the community. But based on our assessments and sort of the research we've done on our end, we do think that this is a competitive service and see some advantages to continuing that working relationship with the consortium to provide the service.
Yep. Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Anyone else? As I mentioned earlier, as we started this is not an official public hearing, but we did want to put forth a mechanism to take some public comment on this, to see if anybody had input or comment or issues that they wanted to raise with this. You see the phone number and the conference ID on the screen now. If you have any comments to make regarding item 7.6, which is the resolution offering terms for the amendment to the agreement with the Bloomington haulers to incorporate organics recycling or organics collection, please chime in now. We'd love to hear from you. Ms. Wilson?
Nora, do we have any callers on the line that wish to speak on this item?
There are no participants via phone line, ma'am, as of the moment. So you may continue.
So there's no one on the line at all? All right. We don't have anyone on the line for this this comment period that we do have open. So, Council, I'd look for further discussion, and if there's no further discussion, I would look for action on item 7.6.
Well, Mayor, if there isn't anything, I'll be happy to make a motion for this.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'll move to adopt a resolution to offer terms for an amendment to the agreement with the Bloomington Haulers LLC for residential solid waste collection within the city of Bloomington to incorporate organic collection and authorize the mayor and the city manager to execute the agreement.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to adopt the resolution regarding the amendment to the agreement with Bloomington Haulers regarding organics collection. Any further conversation, Council? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Right.
Carter?
Aye.
Walter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Horner, Ms. Bialis, Chair Sandry. Thanks for your work on this, and it's exciting to see this all move forward. And I like the steps that are being taken and the direction that we're headed on this. It will be interesting to see how the whole organics world rolls out here in the first quarter of 2022. But I'm looking forward to it. So thank you much for your work.
Thank you, Council.
Ms. Wilson, I think we have reached the end of our time where we have public input, so I believe we could let our operator go for the evening.
Nora, that's all the items we have for public comment tonight, so you can go ahead and disconnect the line. We appreciate your assistance.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Nora. With that, we'll move to item 8 in our agenda, the organizational business of the council, and item 8.1, which is our planning commission appointments. Actually, the next 4 items are appointments to different commissions, and our planning commission appointment is the first one. We have an impressive list of folks who have applied for 2 seats to fill in our planning commission for terms that expire June 30th of 2024. And Council, my expectation or my thought here is that we would follow the same procedure as we've done in the past, where if everyone is comfortable, we will do voting on each of these appointments, and if we get to a majority on the first round, we will obviously appoint those folks to the different seats that they are applying for. If we don't, we will take the vote getters, the top vote getters, and begin to eliminate people who are no longer in the running and have another round of voting to get to a point where we fill the seats that we need to fill. I think we've done this before, and everybody's kind of straight on this. Councilmember Nelson, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, it's actually a question, just a comment. I'm going to recuse myself from the Planning Commission vote because I have a significant business relationship with one of the applicants. So for that reason, I'm going to recuse myself on this item.
Very good. Thank you for that, Councilmember Nelson. Council, any additional questions on this? As I said, I think this is what we're following the steps and the process that we've done in the past, so I hope that we're not catching anyone off guard with it. I don't think we probably are. Ms. Christensen has managed to keep us in line in terms of who gets to vote first on each of these different names, and we kind of rotated around the voting order. And if we start with the Planning Commission, our first person in the list is Councilmember Beloga gets to lead us off for the Planning Commission, and then we will move forward from there. So we have 2 seats to fill, so if you could indicate the number and the last name of the person that you're voting for on this and all the subsequent votes as well. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 2 is Rollman, and number 9, Hutton.
Councilmember Carter.
I'm sorry, I don't have the sheet up. I will pull it up. Can I just give you the names?
That would be fine, yes.
Come around. Okay, Goldsman and Roman.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will vote for number 1, Goldsman, and number 2, Roman.
Councilmember Lohman.
Put me down for a ditto on that one. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1, Goldsman. Number 2, Roman.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Number 1, Goldsman, number 2, Roman for me as well.
And I will cast my votes for Joanna Goldsman and number 2, Paige Roman. So looking at the totals here, it appears that both Joanna Goldsman and Paige Roman have majority of the council support to continue their seats. They are the incumbents to fill these 2 seats on the Planning Commission to expire June 30th, 2024. Council, I'd look for a motion to appoint.
So moved, Beloga.
Do we have a second?
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Martin to appoint Joanna Goldsman and Paige Roman to 3-year terms on the Planning Commission from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Abstain.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 with Councilmember Nelson abstaining on this vote. Item 8.2, an appointment of our young adult members to the Human Rights Commission. We have a total of 2 seats to fill here, and we have 3 different applicants. So we will work our way through this, and we will be beginning with Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Carter.
And I apologize, Mayor. I cannot get that document to open on the scoring sheets to open on my computer. So again, I'm just gonna give my.
There's only 3. I think we'll be able to get the names correct if you give us the names on this.
Okay, so for the Human Rights Commissions, I have Nguyen and Zhang.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number 1, Nguyen. Number 3, Zhang.
Councilmember Lohman.
Number 1, Nguyen. Number 3, Zhang.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do number 1, Nguyen, and number 3, Zhang.
Councilmember Nelson.
Number 1, Nguyen. Number 3, Zhang.
Councilmember Beloga.
Too easy. 1, Nugent, and 3, Zhang.
And I will also cast my vote for number 1, Ning, and number 3, Zhang. And it appears we have 7 votes for candidates 1 and 3. Council, I would look for a motion to appoint.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to appoint Nugent and Zhang to the Human Rights Commission as a young adult member.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to appoint. I apologize. I think we're all butchering the name. I believe it's Nguyen. Yeah, I believe it is. Hong Nguyen and Megan Zhang to our Human Rights Commission as our young adult members to fill terms from 9/1/21 to 8/31/22. And I apologize again for the butchering of the name. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 8.3 is our appointment of a young adult member to our Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission. And we have 1 seat to fill. This term will be ending 8/31/22. We have 1 seat to fill and 2 applicants. We will start this round of voting with Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Lohman.
Go with number 2, Rundle.
Councilmember Martin.
I will go with number 2, Rundle as well.
Councilmember Nelson.
Number 2, Rundle.
Councilmember Beloga.
2, Rundle.
Councilmember Carter.
2, Rundle.
Councilmember Coulter.
Number 2, Rundle.
And I will cast my vote as well for number 2, Scarlett Rundle. With 7 votes, Council, I look for a motion to appoint.
So moved, Coulter.
Second, Beloga.
I have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, a second by Councilmember Beloga to appoint Scarlett Rundle to a 1-year term on the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission from 9/1/21 to 8/31/22. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And our final appointment of the evening is for the Sustainability Commission. We have 2 seats to fill. These are 1-year terms that would end on 8/31/22. We have 5 applicants, and we will start this round of voting with Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will vote number 1, Hidalgo, and number 3, Helgeson.
Councilmember Nelson.
I will go with number 1, Hidalgo, and number 2, Durwatcher. Sorry.
Councilmember Beloga.
Number 1, Hidalgo, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but Dear Watcher, number 2 as second choice.
The council here the consensus here at the council dais is it's Durwachter, but we're not sure either. So again, we apologize if we're doing something to somebody's name.
It's Deerwachter.
Durwachter, thank you. Councilmember Carter.
Number 1, Hidalgo, and number 3, Helgeson.
Councilmember Coulter.
Continuing on in the night of 1,000 pronunciations. Number 1, Hidalgo. Number 2, Deerwachter.
Councilmember Lohman.
I'll go with number 1, Hidalgo, and then I'll go with number 3, Helgeson.
And I will cast my vote for number 1, Hidalgo, and number 3, Helgeson. So by my tally, number 1, Maya Hidalgo has 7 votes, and number 3, Faith Helgeson, has 4 votes. With that, council, I look for a motion.
So moved, Martin.
Second, Beloga.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga to appoint Maya Hidalgo and Faith Helgeson as young adult members to the Sustainability Commission to 1-year terms from 9/1/21 to 8/31/22. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 8.5, which is our City Council policy and issue update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, just want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the meeting tonight, that we will return to in-person meetings next Monday, June 14th. The public will be able to attend inside the council chambers, and some or all of the council members may be in attendance. However, we will maintain a hybrid meeting profile, and we'll have presenters or members both virtually and in person.
the next step, and it should be interesting. I see Councilmember Nelson, then Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, so people in the public would still be able to call in for public comment, for public hearings, all of that type of stuff, that'll still be available at this point. Is that accurate? So they can do it either way?
Mr. Brugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, that is accurate. For the time being, we are going to maintain the call-in component of participation.
I see Councilmember Coulter and Councilmember Lohman. If you have independent issues, hold them off. If you have any specific questions about next week, let's get those out of the way first. Do we have specific questions about next week, or is this an independent issue? Okay.
But actually, that Councilmember Nelson just asked the question that I was going to ask.
Okay. Are there any additional questions about our setup and our format next week? All right. Okay, Councilmember Beloga.
What notification, either for attending in person or attending virtually, is staff looking for from the council members?
Mr. Brugge?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I don't know that we've asked that question. I think it will be sufficient for us to be notified as late as Monday morning. That way we can get out to you the WebEx meeting invitation so that you'd be able to access the meeting if you aren't able to attend in person. And you can do that either through me or through the council secretary, well, the executive assistant, or through the assistant city manager. Any of the three of us will be able to help you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I clarify real quick?
Ms. Christensen.
If I could get Melissa to actually respond to that. I believe I recall her saying that it would be a official location of a meeting, so I would need to notice that 3 days in advance.
Mayor?
Ms. Manderscheid, please.
So to respond to that question requires a little bit more detail. Right now, we're operating under the rules of our local emergency. So the only edit is that we're bringing people back. While we're operating under the local emergency, we only need to hear each other, and people can be elected officials and appointed officials can be in private locations. When we transition out of the local emergency, as the city manager alluded to, there's a time period of 60 days after the governor removes the state of emergency, and then the location notifications shift to something different, and then we have a phase 3, so to speak, 60 days after that, where there are different rules related to private and public locations. So while we're in this local emergency, everything pretty much stays, and by local I mean City of Bloomington local emergency, everything stays largely as is, and members can be located in a private location. But that will continue to evolve as we move through these next few weeks and months.
Can I clarify things, Ms. Christensen?
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Two facts mixed up. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Any additional questions about next week? If not, Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember Nelson.
So then, Mayor, City Manager, I gave you the heads up that I was going to ask this first one, and the second one will be no surprise to you either, so I gave you a heads up about that too. A couple weeks ago, I got several phone calls in my district about the lawn mowing practices and the notification regarding those lawns that they got notice and notification that their lawns weren't being mowed fast enough. And so I wanted to I know that several years ago we had passed a new ordinance to reduce that lawn size and speed up that notification process, because we were getting lots of complaints at that particular point in time that folks weren't complying quickly enough with that. But now I'm getting several complaints from those folks who are getting those notifications. I feel like they're too quick. Can you talk a little bit about that process and just give a little more clarification on that notification process and how that works?
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Lohman, thank you for the question. To just clarify for anybody who may be watching and not familiar, we have a code enforcement process in place for high grass and weeds when property owners are not maintaining their property within the code. Councilmember Lohman is correct. A couple of years ago, we did revise the ordinance. Previously, there was a 10-day notice provision once the correction notice was issued by code enforcement or environmental health division. The council shortened that period to a 7-day correction. And the reason that we did that is we get many calls that are complaints about properties that are not being properly maintained. In fact, the majority of our correction notices that we send out are the result of complaints from neighbors for what they deem to be unsightly properties, and environmental health investigates those before issuing the correction notice. Now, a couple things about that. In addition to receiving complaints from residents about other properties, we do some proactive enforcement, where we will go out and if the code enforcement specialist is in a neighborhood and sees something, we'll self-initiate. We also check in a neighborhood when we do go to a property that has been complained about to see if other neighboring properties are in compliance as well, so that we want to make sure that all the neighborhoods are in good condition, and also want to mitigate any criticism from homeowners that they are being singled out or picked on, right, if there are other properties that seem to be in a similar condition. Now, this time of year, the weeds are, well, they're growing like weeds right now. And so we've had about 600 complaints and correction notices issued already this year. And yes, there are a handful of folks who are upset about the short turnaround time. The thing that I would stress for anybody who receives a correction notice from the city and has any question about it is to pick up the phone and call our staff. They are more than happy to walk through any questions or answer any concerns that residents receiving the correction notice may have. We have a practice here of wanting to gain compliance rather than being punitive. So our desire is not to immediately drop the hammer on day number 8 if somebody has failed to comply. So if anybody is having issues where they have broken equipment or they have a schedule that doesn't allow them to mitigate the issue right away, just call our staff. We're more than happy to work through it with folks. And ultimately what we want to be doing is making sure that properties are within the code, and we're doing that fairly and reasonably. Councilmember Lohman, does that answer your question?
I think the only other question I had, that some folks were concerned about how that notification was going out, and I wanted to just be sure that you kind of talk a little bit about that and give us a little bit of insight on that, because some of the folks felt like, you know, they saw it and they sent it and it just got there, and it only gave me 4 days then to comply with the notification, which was very frustrating for some residents.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. The practice for our environmental health specialists is when they verify that a property is not complying with the code, the correction notice is written, and we strive to get that correction notice out in the mail that same day. Our mail gets bundled and taken away at 4 o'clock. So most of the notices that get written get mailed the very same day. Sometimes it gets kicked over to the next day. Now, mail going out in the city of Bloomington is typically overnight. I know there may be periods of time where mail is not being delivered as quickly, so there may be an extra day. But I think for the vast majority of notices we're sending out, they should be getting to people within plenty of time to get that 7-day period resolved.
Hey, thanks for that. And one last thing for you, Manager. I'm not looking for a response today, but I know that I've got a resident who had a golf ball come and smash in his front windshield. And just we're looking for clarification on what are our policies around the golf balls flying around in different neighborhoods around golf areas, both public and private, and what other cities do when he comes back next week. He's going to have some questions around that. And I just want to just be sure that we are kind of being proactive about that and kind of have an understanding of maybe what the history is of how we got to be the way that we are with our policies. I don't even know the history with that, so I wasn't able to respond to that. So I'd appreciate if we were able to have something ready to go when he gets here next week.
Mr. Brugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Lohman, we have 2 golf courses. We've had a practice in the past of not paying on claims if people make them. As council is aware, we are members of what's called the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust. We turn over claims such as this to the trust, and they evaluate whether it's appropriate to pay out. To my knowledge, most cities who operate golf courses operate under a similar philosophy that living next to a golf course is an assumed risk of the homeowners or the property owners nearby. We also have occasions where somebody driving past a golf course will encounter an errant ball and maybe damage a windshield while they're in motion, or some other damage to the car. And our golf course staff, if they're alerted, what we always want folks to do is if they do have damage that occurs as a result of one of our patrons, is to immediately notify our golf course staff so that we can try to identify the offending golfer if they do not step forward themselves. We notify golfers through signage and other standards, which is typical at private and public courses, that the golfer is responsible for any damage that occurs either on the course or off of the course. And so it is the responsibility of the individual golfer to remedy any damage that occurs. Sometimes that's difficult to do, especially if a neighbor doesn't notice the damage for some time, and we recognize that. So that's long been our practice here, Councilmember Lohman. I think it's a pretty standard practice for most cities that operate a golf course. And in the case that you're speaking about, we did turn it over to the League Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust, and they did deny the claim.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
Councilmember Nelson. You are on mute, Councilmember. And that won't be the case next week. I know it, but this week you are on mute.
I am looking forward to not being muted next week. I just wanted to reassure the Councilmember Lohman that I was not launching golf balls into his district in retaliation for his behaviors. But I did have a question for the city manager regarding reopening of things, and 2 parts of it: what it means for city services like building permits, the info desk, things of that nature, what people can expect going forward, and then maybe a little bit of a comment in terms of staff and what it means for them, what we're planning for that. And then the third part, if there's any other things within the city that as we sort of emerge from the emergency portion of things, what that's going to mean, if there's any impacts on public health services. I know we had the patio ordinances, things of that nature. So kind of a 3-pronged, what does this look like as we sort of step by step come out of the emergency here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson, appreciate the question. For those who are coming into Civic Plaza or any of the other buildings, public health, public works over at the water treatment plant, they should not experience any disruption in the service. Our instruction to our departments is that we need to have adequate staff for customer contact and counter service. So there shouldn't be any service that somebody is requesting that we can't accommodate once the doors are fully open. I will say that over at Public Health or Public Works, we are considering modified hours that would close about an hour earlier than the general business hours for our other buildings. That's primarily related to the fact that they would be open a little bit earlier too. The most often visitors over to Public Works are contractors or others who are seeking right-of-way permits and that type of work. That oftentimes has people going in early in the day. We get very little traffic over there in that last hour of the day. For our, last note on folks coming in, if anybody has a question about services that they're seeking, it's always a good idea to call ahead or to look on the internet and at our website and see if we have anything there. But if they come in here, we should be able to accommodate them. Regarding our employees, it's an ongoing conversation, not just here at our city, but at many cities, and I would say many businesses around. As a matter of fact, I just saw an article that was shared with me about how businesses are welcoming back or managing the expectations of employees who have been working remotely. We are being very deliberate in our consideration of what it looks like for our staff to be coming back and what posture we're going to have in terms of allowing remote work. We've had a flexible work environment arrangement that has been available to employees. That was in place for about a year or a little bit more prior to the pandemic, and we had a number of employees who were working with the flexible work arrangement in the first place. So we have been reviewing that policy. We have been surveying our employees to see what their preferences are, and our departments and divisions are working collaboratively to figure out scheduling and service requirements that we need to get things done on behalf of our customers, and the primary consideration of whether we have people working here or working remotely is whether we're going to be able to accommodate our customers. That's a primary consideration. So we will be bringing folks back, I think, in a phased manner, and I think it's safe to say that we will have some sort of a hybrid environment going forward in terms of remote work and staff on premises. Does that satisfy the responses? There was a third question in there, but just for the services in general that are coming back, we, especially with our park and recreation programs, we're concerned about our ability to provide some of the services just because of the staffing challenges that we were encountering, similar to what many cities were encountering, and frankly, what many employers are encountering right now. Some of our more popular summer seasonal amenities, such as the Family Aquatic Center, depends on our having a lot of seasonal help, especially lifeguards. Lifeguards were among the most challenging employees to recruit this year. My last conversation with our Parks and Rec department last week is that we're confident we're going to be able to provide regular hours with very few, if any, limitations to those services. So where we had been thinking we may have to modify the availability of certain areas of the aquatic center if we couldn't get sufficient lifeguard staff, it looks like we're going to be able to do that just fine. If we do have any changes, we will make sure that our customers know about it.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wilson.
I just wanted to add to the city manager's comments. There are a couple services that we provided by appointment long before the pandemic ever hit. One of those would be passport services. We've been requiring appointments for passports for years, so that will still be the case. Certain services our public health division provides, like clinics, they run on certain days and based on appointments. So we're really going back to a pre-pandemic posture. Anything you could get on a walk-in basis prior to the pandemic, we'll be prepared to provide on a walk-in basis moving forward. But there are a couple of services that have always been appointment-based, and they will continue to be so even once the building doors are open again.
Thank you for that information. Council, any additional questions on that? I think while I give staff credit for the plans they've made and the thought they've put into this, but I think we have to acknowledge that the situation is fluid, and we're getting back here in putting it back together from something that hasn't happened in the past. And so I hope folks would have understanding and maybe some indulgence if things aren't 100% smooth in the first week that we're back in full operation and back at full opening, and understand that we're working our best toward making it work out. Council, anything additional this evening? If not, I would look for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Harder?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you much, council members. Thanks to the staff for your work this evening. Thanks to the members of the public who participated and watched. And we will see you face to face next week. Looking forward to it. Thanks much. Have a good evening.
Good night, everybody.